Hello and welcome to today's conference. It's wonderful to see pretty much the full house today. Thank you for coming nice and early on Friday. So before we start, just a few housekeeping things that I have to remember to mention, because otherwise I will get too excited and forget all about things like where rules are. So apparently, if you need a loo, it's on the first floor, third floor. And you all have the conference program, so I'm not going to mention the order of the day, but the first session will end about 11:15, and then we have a coffee break, and we have coffee for everybody served in the Research Forum seminar room, which is just along the corridor here. You will see there will be a big sign on the door. Yes, and we're hoping to have papers about 20 minutes long, and then at the end of each session we'll have a discussion. So hopefully you'll have lots of questions and we'll have interesting points to discuss and to raise. But, right, so I think I mentioned everything I was supposed to mention. Good. Yes, I don't think I need to mention fire exits, you can see it anyway. So today we will discuss this important question of the development of taste for French modern art in Britain. And strangely, 19th century reception of French Impressionism in Britain is often overlooked. And there is still surprisingly little research on early collectors of Impressionism. And that's exactly the reason why we decided to organize this conference, and I hope that proceedings will be published at some point. But before we start, I just wanted to mention just very briefly all the efforts that were done in England to promote Impressionism in the 19th century. And as late as 1905, Frank Rutter, who was the art critic of the Sunday Times, wrote that apart from a solitary painting by Degas in London's Victoria and Albert Museum, there is not in any of our public galleries a single work by a member of the great group of painters known as the French Impressionists. So 30 years after Impressionists had launched in Paris, British art establishment was still not quite ready for their innovative paintings. So the question really is, why did British collectors and audiences find Impressionists so difficult to accept? One of the main criticisms of the French modern painting in Victorian Britain was that form mattered more than content. So these paintings confronted the prevailing demand for narrative in art. As Pall Mall Gazette in April 1892 described it, the British public wanted the images of dogs and babies, granny's chairs, and mother's darlings, of moving tales by flood and field. So they expected pictures to tell the story. And here, for example, you can see one of the most popular paintings from 1872 summer exhibition at the Royal Academy. It doesn't have any dogs or babies, but it has a lot of cows, quite dramatic. So that was the paintings that people expected to see at the time. But nevertheless, French Impressionism actually arrived in Britain before the term itself had been invented, mainly thanks to extraordinary entrepreneurial zeal of the Parisian art dealer Paul Durand-Ruel. And the start of Franco-Prussian War compelled him to relocate his business temporarily to London. And 3 months after his arrival to London, Durand-Ruel rented the German Gallery on New Bond Street and hosted their exhibitions of modern French artists every year between 1870 and 1875. And for example, already in 1872, he included 14 works by Monet in the exhibition. And between 1873 and 75, he held 2 exhibitions every year, which included quite a lot of paintings by French Impressionists. Usually, altogether, each exhibition included about 150 works. So, one of the earliest mentions of French Impressionism in the Times dates from April 1874, and it announced, "One seems to see such work as evidence of as wild a spirit of anarchy at work in French painting as in French politics." So for quite a lot of members of British art viewing public, French Impressionism was still example of anarchy rather than anything else. And often British critics found these paintings deficient in interest. So those paintings which ended up in the collection of Samuel Courtauld, Renoir's L'Horloge, and Degas' Dances on the Stage were actually exhibited by Durand Ruel in London already in 1874. And Renoir's painting got pretty much nothing but criticism, and this painting was actually bought by Henry Hill, and I will talk about him in my paper later. But most of these exhibitions were commercial failures, and despite of Durand Ruel's continuous efforts, and we will hear much more about it in Flavie Durand Ruel's paper this morning, but it took quite a while, especially for British public institutions, to accept French Impressionism and start including it in their collections. And at the same time, for example, one of the leading Pre-Raphaelite artists, Holman Hunt, warned the world in 1883 of the threat to modern art, which is called Impressionism. He also said that it was just a passing fad, and we don't need to bother with it. At the same time, Frederick Wedmore announced, "The Impressionists are not going to make us forget the Rembrandt and Titian of old time." So not as if French Impressionists were trying to compete with Rembrandt and Titian, but often it was seen this way. And during the later 1880s and 1890s, small number of French Impressionist works were shown by commercial galleries and artists association. For example, Goupil Gallery, which organized big exhibition of Monet, 20 paintings in 1889, but after the private view, the show was apparently virtually deserted. And of course, the New English Art Club also invested quite a lot in promotion of the French Impressionism. But as I mentioned, the major challenge was to persuade the National Gallery, for example, to accept works by the French Impressionists. And as late as 1914, the trustee of the National Gallery, Lord Redesdale, announced, "I should as soon expect to hear a Mormon service being conducted in St. Paul's Cathedral as to see an exhibition of the works of the modern French art rebels in the sacred precincts of Trafalgar Square." And the first exhibition of Impressionist paintings, which celebrated the bequest of Hugh Lane, was opened at the National Gallery only in January 1917. And I'm very glad that today Chris Riepel is going to talk about Hugh Lane and his bequests. I'm really looking forward to this paper as well. So today's conference is dedicated to the early collectors of French Impressionism in Britain. And the first paper will be dedicated to an overview of the first collections of Impressionists. So our first speaker will be Marianne Stevens, and I feel that she doesn't really need an introduction, but I just wanted to say a few words. Marianne Stevens is a former director of academic affairs at the Royal Academy of Arts in London. She's a very well-known scholar, independent curator, lecturer, and consultant. She specializes in 18th, 19th, and early 20th century art, with particular interest in British, French, and Nordic art. Of course, she has taught and published extensively, and I'm sure most of you have seen at least some of Marianne's extraordinary exhibitions of Impressionist and post-Impressionist art. And her last exhibition was at the National Gallery. It was called After Impressionists in 2023, and I hope you had a chance to see it. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Marianne Stimmins.
Yes, I'm afraid this picture will probably appear on several occasions, not least of all with Natalia and me, and also with Chris Fielpel, because it is somewhat relevant. But I just listed on the right-hand side the people who are assembled around the homage to Manet, just to give you a sense of the range of people who are within that Hugh Lane collection, but I'm sure that Chris Fielpel will be talking more about. To give a comprehensive overview of the chronology and pattern of the collecting of Impressionism across Europe from 1870 to about 1918, it would require far more time than this 20-minute paper will allow. I will therefore lay out brief studies of some specific countries' engagement in this area of collecting, identify common characteristics and areas of difference to provide a wider framework and points of reference for the individual case studies of collecting in the UK, which constitute, of course, our discussions today. Before proceeding further, it is useful to pose the question, what factors encouraged the collection of what was deemed to be modern as opposed to contemporary art in the second half of the 19th century? One possible answer lies in the economic and social identities of the potential and actual collectors. They tended to belong to bourgeoisie, who had made their wealth, first and second generation, through the success of modernizing economies, trade, industrial enterprise, banking, and the professions. They were thus not burdened by the inheritance of and continued admiration for the old masters, one of the hallmarks of aristocratic collectors. One should also consider the ever-growing ease of travel across Europe, made possible by rapid expansion of international rail networks, which facilitated movement of works of art, dealers, collectors, and therefore greater access to art, particularly from the Paris stable. When Théodore Duret published its informative text on Impressionism, Les Peintres Impressionnistes, in 1878, he was already able to list some 11 French collectors of Impressionist art, including successful entrepreneurs, cultural figures, artists, and himself. 1 year later, at the fourth Impressionist exhibition, 24 pictures by Claude Monet were lent by 11 collectors. These numbers are significantly greater than the around 4 UK collectors who can be identified at the end of the 1870s. Given that Impressionism had been received at its first group exhibition in 1874 with responses ranging from the overtly hostile to the supportive, it is necessary to consider the mechanisms which encourage this critical mass of early collectors. I start with a statement of the obvious. These collectors had acquired work created in France rather than being imported from elsewhere in Europe. This is actually a very important point. When not excoriated, they were increasingly placed within the wider tradition of French art, a point that was made, for example, by Camille Mauclair in 1902. Deploring the baleful influence of Italian classicism and the academic tradition on French 17th century art, he declares, quote, Impressionism is a return to the tradition of the 18th and the 16th centuries in France, unquote. Impressionism had also important support mechanisms which validated it and reassured collectors venturing into the field. These included literary figures who were engaged in critical writing and were also themselves collectors, including Zola, Mallarmé, Chéneau, Diego Martelli, and so on. There are about 11 of them, but I'm sure there are more, but those are the ones that are critical. set within the context of the the Impressionists themselves also collected works of art by the Impressionists, by their fellow Impressionists. For example, we find the notable one being Gustave Caillebotte, or by contemporary practitioners such as Manet, Jacqueline Blanche, Henri Rouard, Auguste Rodin, and other figures in the creative world also supported the new arts, such as the internationally acclaimed baritone Jean-Baptiste Faure and the composer Emmanuel Charpentier. If a critical mass of positive supporters was established over the closing decades of the 19th century, so too was the number of gallerists who traded in, exhibited, and also collected Impressionism. Set within the context of the expansion of the Parisian art market, especially over the period 1871 to 1914, while the focus has generally been on the activities and support of such major dealers as Paul Durand-Ruel, Georges Petit, Bernheim Jeune, and Ambroise Vollard, it should be noted that there were at least 9 other galleries active in Paris during this period, which were involved in marketing Impressionism. This is as noted by Andy Stead in 1990. Furthermore, such galleries, together with auction houses, notably Hôtel Drouot, in the absence of any marked presence of Impressionism in the Musée de Luxembourg until 1897, provided direct access to collectors and potential collectors to Impressionist works. Within this category, the leading players belonged to the cultural bourgeoisie, whose professions ranged from trade and industry. Auguste Pellerin, on the lower right-hand side, was a margarine manufacturer, banking, medicine, the civil service, Ali Choquet, and publishing, Charpentier. While we will be addressing individual cases of early collecting of Impressionism in the UK, from entrepreneurs to artists, the situation generally in the UK was governed by very different artistic tastes, expectations, appreciation, and modes of supply, essentially confined to that country. These require a very short survey as background to the detailed work we're going to do today. First, unlike France from the 1870s, persistent confusion, as Natalia has already made reference to, over the meaning of Impressionism appears to deter widespread enthusiasm for Impressionist art. A telling demonstration of this is found in the responses of 7 artists to an article generally hostile to Impressionism written by the president of the Royal Scottish Academy, Sir George Reid, published in the Art Journal of March 1893. Responses were largely sympathetic to the notion of Impressionism, although not united in the common definition, which ranged from primarily identifying it with the work of J.M.W. Turner, to a clearer understanding that it involved colour and form which expressed the artist's feeling. Quote, a recording of the impression of the artist's temperament. That's a quotation from Edward Stott. He must have been reading his Zola. When Frank Rutter considered the question, he lamented that, quote, critics had not learned to distinguish between Impressionism of Whistler and Velázquez, which meant seeing a scene broadly as a whole and enveloping it in air and light, and Impressionism or Luminism of Monet and Renoir, which further meant analyzing the color in shadows and ruling out all neutral hints. Stott is a very interesting figure in this picture, in this history. On a more general level, the British taste for literary, narrative, subject matter, as Natalia has mentioned, often imbued with a moral message and technically meticulously executed, meant that Impressionism's non-judgmental record of scenes of modern life, taken together with a celebration of the natural environment and luminosity, and its disregard for conventional finish, caused the majority of critics, and therefore potential collectors, to dismiss the school as superficial, facile, and amoral. Mary Watts, wife of the highly acclaimed British artist G.F. Watts, when commenting upon Degas' Absinthe Drinker, left-hand side there, seen at the Grafton Gallery in 1893, declared the picture to be quote, of debased, detestable human beings, the scum of modern life. While the absence of careful study and synthesis of subjects drawn from nature combined with seeming absence of technical skills and finish were deemed by Sir George Reid in 1893 to produce empty superfluities, quote. And for the Times, reviewing the 1889 Goupil Gallery exhibition of Monet's work which I showed is included, which is the right-hand slide here, stated that Monet's work, quote, will severely strain the faith of the ordinary British visitor. Whether good or bad, they are certainly unlike anything he has ever seen before in art. The question is whether they are equally unlike anything in nature. Nemesis there. For Edward Armitage, R.A., painter of biblical and historical subjects, the Impressionists are, quote, most childishly absurd than ever. Sorry, more childishly absurd than ever. Almost all the pictures might have been done by the same lunatic. A.J. Temple, the director of the Guildhall Art Gallery, London, was even more uncomplimenting and dismissive. Many of these works at the Grafton Gallery, which actually got it wrong, it was at the Dudley Gallery, and I show an image of what was shown there, were hideous and audacious things with a total absence of the fundamental attributes of fine art, the only impression being left on the mind being one of repulsion. A great painter suggests and finishes. These men suggest and stop. In 9 cases out of 10, the paint is floundering about on the canvas before they have any idea of what they are doing, of hoping to do. And when by some accidental condition it gets shaped into anything at all, they give it some title and bid it stand forth as a worked out idea of a deliberate design, unquote. For a potential collector, such art as Diana Satchell MacLeod has noted, undermined the expectation of a successful entrepreneur who saw his collection as affirmation of his economic and social standing, that a good, valuable work of art was one which was highly finished and was meticulously accurate in recording its subject, and hence would be tangible evidence of, quote, painstaking labor, pride in the work ethic, and corroboration of money well spent. A further impediment to a widespread acceptance of Impressionism lay in its national origin. By the end of the 19th century, there was the belief that British art had reached a level of visual perfection, exemplified in its commitment to nemesis and narrative. This conviction was sarcastically commented upon in some of the art journals. For example, H.E. Henley, in the Saturday Review of 1886, said, quote, what the Irish are chiefly concerned with is the protection of such examples of native industry as they themselves are accustomed to produce. While the Studio, in 1897, remarked scathingly, French artists are certainly well aware of the Academy's policy to exclude foreign artists, and any Englishman who might, in a Paris studio, suggest the wisdom of sending some notable French picture to the Academy would promptly find his advice ridiculed. He would be told that in London, the official art opinion is bitterly opposed to the French point of view. Indeed, to be confronted by an art which spurned both narrative and nemesis presented a threat that was fueled by a general Francophobia, which included growing anxiety of French cultural dominance in Europe that was only partially dispelled by the Entente Cordiale of 1904, a situation which the Times obituary for J.E.C. Bodley, the historian and writer on France, this was in 1925, perceptibly commented upon. J.E.C. Bodley's magnum opus was his 2-volume work on France, which in many ways paved the way for the sympathies necessary to the Entente Cordiale, for he wrote at a time of great hostilities between the countries. Unquote. Such anti-French sentiment was tempered, however, by Edward Maynard in Corot and His Friends of 1908, who made the distinction between English and Scottish attitudes. Quote, in England, the parochial feeling was strong, the parish vision so purblind But even now, in 1892, the National Gallery contains not a single specimen of the highest achievement of the century. But in Scotland, where the historical regard for France is but a living sentiment, the case was far other. I'm sure we'll hear more about that today. As in France, availability to view and appreciate Impressionism lay in the hands of commercial galleries, of which at least 11 in London can be identified as becoming prime promoters of the new art. Now, Natalia has already covered these, so I think I'll skip across, but merely remind you that outside the context of London, we also get exhibitions in Scotland from 1886 onwards. We also get them in Brighton, 1878, 1908, 1910, two in Dublin, which I'm sure we'll hear about, 1905 and 1907, and one in Manchester in 1907, which is interesting. And finally, there were auction houses, which, as in Paris, provided the access to certain examples of Impressionism. Because what we find is that we have a group of collectors who, although we can probably identify by 1914 35 names, it is important to note that most of these collectors, if not all of them, only collected a very small number of works, possibly one or two, and often turned the collections over or dispensed of the collecting that they had made in Impressionism during the course of the period that we're discussing. So you don't get these huge critical masses of collectors as you get in France. So just put up a few examples there. One interesting example is Hepburn, who bought this rather radical Monet in 1905 from Duhamel, and then that's that. Oh, sorry, I'm going backwards. That's not so good. And there are just a few more examples of these English collectors, British collectors. Barlow, who we'll hear about more, I'm sure, but Hugh Lane, which we're going to hear more about, James Murray, and another Hugh Lane. A German taste for Impressionism emerges around about 1900, develops rapidly, and is characterized by the scale and speed of collecting by individual amateurs. Given that Germany until 1871 was a confederation of states, each with its own capital city, interest in Impressionism developed in several cities across the newly unified empire, whose wealth had grown through rapid industrialization and the expansion of trade, banking, and other professional services. Berlin, Bremen, Cologne, Dresden, Düsseldorf, Hamburg, Mannheim, the cities of the Ruhr, Munich, and so on. It was encouraged by a growing number of publications and art journals sympathetic to French art, Pan and Daenzer, and its inclusion in succession exhibitions from 1898, and the establishment of supportive gallerists, Cassirer, Gerlit, Flechtheim, Tannhauser, Arnold, who was spread across these various cities, Berlin, Cologne, Frankfurt, Munich, Dresden, who would regularly collaborate with Paris dealers such as Duhamel and Ambroise Vollard to present Impressionist works to potential purchasers. These gallerists and some museums also presented solo or group exhibitions. Keep that there, because that's actually the 1905 exhibition in Dresden, in Weimar. So, for example, Cassirer effectively introduced French modern art to Hamburg with an exhibition in 1901. Harry Count Kessler, then director of the museum in Weimar, presented the first Monet solo exhibition in 1905, and Cassirer held the first Van Gogh solo exhibition in Germany in Berlin. Equally important were sales of early collections, such as that of Jean-Baptiste Faure, held in Paris in 1907, which was preceded by a tour of Berlin, Stuttgart, and Munich, arranged by Duhamel and Cassirer, from which museum directors and collectors could both educate themselves and acquire works of art. Another distinct feature of this collecting is the prominence of key museum directors around 1900, who determined not only to expand their collections into modern German art, for example, Liebermann, Menzel, and eventually Corinth and Slavocht, but also to embrace French modern art, which by 1900 could come also to include Van Gogh, Toulouse-Lautrec, and Paul Gauguin. Key figures in this regard were Hugo von Tschudi, director of the Gemäldegallery in Berlin from 1896, and then from 1909 to his death in 1911, the Neue Pinakothek in Munich. Albert Lichter, director of the Kunsthalle Hamburg from until 1914, but from 1886, and Gustav Pauli, director of the Kunsthalle Bremen from 1899 before moving to Hamburg in 1914. And I put up 3 examples of very early works that these directors undertook. While these 3 directors possibly had the most extensive influence on the shaping of their public collections, it should be noted that like-minded directors were imposed in Weimar, Stuttgart, Krefeld, Elberfeld, Dresden, Mannheim, and Frankfurt. This is a completely different pattern to what you get in the UK. Although these directors often experienced bitter civic and critical opposition to the acquisitions of modern French art, they acted as advisors to nascent collectors who often acknowledged their encouragement and instruction by enriching the art museum through donations. This specific character of German collecting was interestingly noted by Robert Dell in the Burlington magazine for January 1910. In observing that the best Cézannes and Van Goghs were to be found in Germany, he declared that, quote, their museum directors know what they are about and are given a free hand. Such commitment to avant-garde art was complemented by the activities of museums, friends, and patron societies, some venerable, such as the Kunstverein Bremen Kunsthalle, founded in 1823, others, such as those in Hamburg and Berlin, which was founded in 1893, and Dresden, established in 1911. An analysis of catalogue raisonnés reveals that the taste for Impressionism was distributed across the major cities of Germany, although Berlin, Hamburg, Bremen, possibly Munich, held collections between 7 and 10, which boasted a critical mass of Impressionist works. These were the product of fortunes derived from enterprise, prizes comparable to those found in the UK, manufacturing, shipping, trade, commerce, banking, insurance. But with an additional facet, the need of successful businessmen of Jewish origin to assimilate into German society. And they did that through collecting, but collecting in the field of modern French art. Beyond these centers should be added Karl Osthaus, Ernst Osthaus of Hagen, whose interior was designed, the museum, the Falkland Museum, whose interior was designed by Henry van der Velde in 1902, and Oskar Schmitz of Dresden, which numbered 96 oil paintings and sketches and 61 works on paper by Degas, Manet, Monet, Pissarro, Renoir, Sisley, and Cézanne, set within the frame of holdings of Delacroix and Courbet and excursions into Gauguin and Van Gogh. In addition, the early enthusiasm for Impressionism, demonstrated by the highly regarded artist Max Liebermann in Berlin, manifested in a collection which included Manet, Monet, Pissarro, Renoir, Degas, and Cézanne, as well as Van Gogh and Toulouse-Lautrec, acted as inspiration to and encouragement, to potential collectors. I just wanted to point out that also the museum's getting very early to acquire examples of Van Gogh. And finally, I want to close with a quick view further out from Germany. Looking across other European countries, the taste for Impressionism and Post-Impressionism mirrors many features which characterize German patterns of collecting. Apart from one Monet, the one on the left, acquired by the Nationalgalerie in Christiania, that's now Oslo, in 1990, the main thrust of collecting is to be found after 1900. Here, with the exception, actually, this very interesting one, a Manet, which was given by the famous artist, very internationally renowned Swedish artist, Anders Zorn, to the National Museum in Stockholm in 1896. Yes, and the 1911 Gauguin, which is our Gauguin, was actually acquired in 1911 by the National Museum, but it actually had been in Norway from 1893. The date seems to have got scrambled there. So we have, on the one hand, in the Nordic countries, certainly an interest post-1890, but really not strongly established until after 1900, and really only concentrated between 1914 or after 1914, when, as a result of their neutrality in World War I, the Nordic countries were able to undertake rapid wealth creation and therefore had disposable income for the collection of French art, French modern art. Switzerland, however, starts as early as 1908, and I put up two examples here, one from the Sidney and Jenny Brown collection and one from the Dubie Muller collection on the right-hand side. Both works acquired, that seems to have slipped up, so spring 1908. Art museums also in the Nordic countries appointed enlightened directors, established friends and patrons groups, and individuals, private individuals, employing their disposable income derived from the same sources, i.e. manufacturing, shipping, trading, banking, and so on. And they built up impressive collections, often at great speed. Likewise, exhibitions including works by the Impressionists, often a significant number provided by Paris dealers, were held from Christiania from 1884 and Copenhagen from 1889 to Stockholm and Gothenburg from 1898, and in Switzerland, in Basel in 1906 and Zurich 2 years later. One seeming exception to this common thread is most pronounced in Switzerland, where avant-garde artists resident in Paris advised individual collectors. Felix Vallotton advised the ophthalmologist Arthur Hamloser and his wife Hedy in Winterthur, Karl Montague, the Sidney and Jenny Brown, Baden, and Kuno Agnette advised Gertrude Dubie Muller on Solothurn on the right-hand side. Now, Diane Sadko MacLeod succinctly summarized the dominant impulses for collecting art in the latter decades of the 19th century as investment, decoration, and social statement. The latter, the proof of cultural sophistication. These motives apply in varying degrees on those forward-looking individuals who recognized that Impressionism could be understood as the apogee of French art, as well as the herald for the new art for a new century to which they saw themselves part. Thank you very much.
Well, following this brilliant opening paper, it gives me a very special pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Flavie Durand-Ruel, who came especially from Paris. And I'm sure a lot of you know about Flavie, but she devoted herself to studying the fascinating life of her great-great-grandfather, Paul Durand-Ruel. And together with her uncle, she published the memoirs of this innovative art dealer in 2014 and 2024. She's also managing director of Paul Durand-Ruel Archives in Paris from 2006 to 2017, and director of the Fine Arts in Brussels since 2018. She carries out provenance research on works by Barbizon artists, Impressionists, and Post-Impressionists, and also working on the catalogue Raisonner of Albert André, and is about to publish correspondence between Claude Monet and Mary Cassatt, which I think will be very welcome addition to existing scholarship. Flavie will give an overview of Paul Duranville and his British collectors. So please, welcome.
It's a treat to be with you today, and really hard to speak after Maria, but please be very indulgent. Paul Duranville, let me put my glasses, inherited his gallery from his parents, Marie Croal and Jean Durand, and quickly earned a reputation for defending the Barbizon school. As a young art dealer, he set exceptionally innovative principles which are still the basis of the international art market today. No worry, I will only speak about the third one, international galleries, and of the London Gallery. In London, well, in the 1870s, Duranville met the Impressionist artists and quickly became the defender. He organized immediate exhibitions of their works of art and would dominate the next 20 years of his life to struggle to get their recognition. To do so, he promoted them internationally. And in London, he organized exhibition between 1870 and 1875, an exhibition in 1883 at the Dadderswell Gallery, and in 1905 in the Grafton Galleries. He struggled to convince British collectors to buy Impressionist pictures, but was successful with few of them, such as James Duncan, Louis Hutt, Constantin Ionides, Peter Coates, and Lady Hugh Graydon. Duranville established his London Gallery during the Franco-Prussian War, and as he recalled in his memoirs, I managed to ship everything to London before the rail line was cut, and I got out before the gates of Paris were shut. And he thought that coming to London was a good idea, because he said that his contacts abroad would continue to operate his strategy of promoting the artists in whom he believed, which were the Barbizon artists, thanks to the quantity of superb items in his possession. Thus, Duranville addressed his picture to the attention of an English dealer, Henry Wallis, who first found temporary premises in Haymarket. Shortly afterwards, Duranville established his gallery on 168 New Bond Street. And you have here the advertisement of the gallery in London, in Paris, with two addresses, the London Gallery, and 1 year later, in 1871, he would open a gallery in Brussels as well. As Duranville was not well enough known in England, he thought that he would drive crowds to his exhibitions by organizing ages of an imaginary committee with the name of the artist, composed of Corot, Millet, Jules Dupré, Diaz, Daubigny, and Courbet, and later added the names of Bonvin, Ricard, and Le Gros, who were all living in London, and later on added Fromentin and Ziem. The name Duranville would only appear as director of the exhibition. And also, for his family, Duranville rented a small house with garden in Brampton Crescent near the South Kensington Museum, which would be called in 1899 the Victoria and Albert Museum. At the age of 40 years old, Paul Duranville made two of the most important acquaintances of his life. One morning of January 1871, the artist Daubigny introduced him to an artist saying, "This man will be greater than us all," and this man was Monet. Thus, Duranville purchased pictures by Monet in London for the first time. The first two pictures he purchased in London from Monet were entitled Trouville. So this one is one of the two he purchased, which was exhibited in 1871 in the London show he organized under number 36. I wrote most probably because he bought two pictures by Monet entitled Trouville. The only difference we have no photos, no dimensions, is the price. One was purchased for 300 French francs and the other one was purchased for 325 French francs. Hard to know which one is which one. A few days later, Pissarro stopped by the Duranville Gallery and deposited the picture while the dealer was not present in his space. Durand-Ruel discovered the picture and immediately wrote to Pissarro, "Dear sir, you have brought me a charming picture, and I regret not to have been present in my gallery when you came in order to congratulate you. Please let me know the price you would like and be kind enough to send me more pictures as soon as you will be able to. I must sell a lot of your pictures here." Of course, this will take more than 20 years, but we'll see that few pictures were sold. This beautiful picture, the Avenue Sydenham, was the first picture by Pissarro purchased by Durand-Ruel. It was exhibited in the exhibition at Durand-Ruel in London in 1872 and sold to Mr. Tissot in 1873 via the principal responsible of the Durand-Ruel Gallery, Charles Deschamps, of which I will speak in a second. Durand-Ruel repurchased this picture from Tissot in 1890. Thus, Durand-Ruel met Monet and Pissarro in London and became their dealer. He purchased their picture between 200 French francs to 300 French francs of the time, of course, and did not succeed in selling a lot of them, but continued to defend them for over 20 years. He almost went to bankruptcy twice, but would continue to defend these artists. And Monet actually will remember the crucial support, not only moral but financial, of the dealer, saying, "Paul Durand-Ruel, thanks to him, many of my friends and myself did not die of starvation. This is something I will never forget." This picture, painted in London, was purchased by Durand-Ruel from the artist in 1872 and sold 5 years later to a French collector, Auchedet. But we will only speak about British collectors. In London, Durand-Ruel organized 12 exhibitions, and I did a short list to show you that what's amazing is the number of pictures exhibited in each exhibition. It was each time between 120 to 160 pictures. In his lifetime, Durand-Ruel, to give you a great idea, was so passionate about the works of the artist that he would purchase close to 10,000 pictures, including 1/3 of the Impressionist production. He will never put any money into a building or house. He will always rent all his premises, but never hesitate to reinvest his money earned in selling a picture in buying another picture. So, interestingly enough, Durand-Ruel came to London with amazing pictures, and here you see that in the first exhibitions he doesn't exhibit so many Impressionist pictures, but you quickly see that there's a Manet, Pissarro, Boudin, Degas. There's also Gonzalez and Morisot, and of course, amazing pictures which were in London at the time, such as The Death of Sardanapalus by Delacroix. I could not speak about The Death of Sardanapalus by Delacroix, because it's really the starting point of Paul Durand-Ruel's career, who really wanted to be a missionary or military, and joined into the family business, became an art dealer against his will, just to help his parents. And it's in front of works by Delacroix exhibited in Paris in 1855 during the Universal Exhibition that he was mesmerized in front of these pictures and decided to defend the artist in whom he believed. This picture by Delacroix, by Sardanapalus, about which Professor Andrew Watson wrote an excellent essay many times actually, so he's the expert if you want to ask him questions after. And this picture came at auction in 1873 when Daniel Wilson's collection was on sale. And it was a masterpiece. And Durand-Ruel at the time, so we were back in 1873, really wanted to establish a precedent. And he bought it at the auction for 96,000 French francs, which would come up with the auctioneer's commission to 100,000 French francs. And he recalled in his memoir, Durand-Ruel, "I told myself that by pushing those paintings to such prices at a public sale, to the applause of all the present people, I would thereby increase the value of everything I own, never thinking that my dream would take me many years to come true when I no longer owned any of it." It took him 6 years to sell this picture. Finally, in 1879, at half the price he had paid at auction, that is 50,000 French francs, to James Duncan, Scottish industrialist in the sugar refining business, who assembled the largest collection of paintings in Scotland, which he was obliged to sell in 1887. Again, Andrew Watson wrote an excellent paper on James Duncan. James Duncan was a good client of Durand-Ruel, to whom the dealer also had sold another Delacroix, and a Bougros, a Boudin, a Courbet. And Durand-Ruel even purchased 2 pictures by Millet during the Millet sale auction in Paris on behalf of James Duncan. But I couldn't not show you this absolutely gorgeous picture, which is Naples by Renoir, purchased by Duncan on 1st of May 1883 for 3,000 French francs. I'm giving you numbers which makes no sense today, but you can compare them to the values of the time. Another great collector to whom Durand-Ruel sold an amazing picture was John Walter Wilson. He was an English patron of the arts born in Brussels. His generosity towards his hometown led to the creation of the Municipal Museum in Brussels, which opened in 1887, with a bust of John Walter Wilson was commissioned by the city on that occasion. Wilson's collection included the Angelus, which was purchased by Durand-Ruel from Émile Cadet, the French architect, for 30,000 French francs in 1872, and sold to John Walter Wilson in July 1872 for 38,000 French francs. So there's a 8,000 French franc upper raised value, but Durand-Ruel didn't sell it directly to the collector. He sold it to Gaucher, who then, to the French dealer Gaucher, who then sold it to Wilson. And Durand-Ruel recalls that in 1881, Wilson's collection was sold at auction, and this picture fetched 160,000 French francs. Durand-Ruel recalls that, like many Englishmen, Wilson was a man of taste, but liked change. Furthermore, the new collection he was putting together, that's why he sold actually, was to build a new collection, would be much larger and much more beautiful than the one that was sold then, and which in London, when he died in 1889, would come up for auction. Well, I'm not clear at all. Basically, his second collection made 8 to 10 million French francs in 1889 when he came at auction. Among other clients in London, there was the art dealer Cotier, who also purchased, who dealt with Durand-Ruel. They had 64 transactions between the two of them, but with more classic artists such as Théodore Rousseau, Millet, Latouche, or Fontaine-Latour, including 16 Fontaine-Latour actually. Another collector was Louis Hutt, about whom Dr. Andrew Watson will talk about later today. The English financier, to whom Durand-Ruel sold 6 Corot in 1873, but also purchased 2 Fontaine-Latour from Hutt. What's interesting is that Durand-Ruel sells pictures, but also buys them from collectors. He's always happy to repurchase what he has sold because he believes in the pictures he sells, but also to do some exchanges, although he needs to sometimes sell for money in order to put cash in his gallery to continue supporting the artists. And Louis Huss purchased this absolutely gorgeous picture, The Dance Class, in 1872 for 2,500. Sorry, Durand-Ruel purchased it in 1872 for 2,500 French francs and sells it to Hutt a few months later for 4,200 French francs, so almost double, which is close to, at the time, to 168 pounds. Here we can be certain that the picture sold to Hutt was this picture, because at the time in the 1870s, Durand-Ruel created engravings of the major pictures he had in his stock in order to promote them. And here you have an engraving of that beautiful dance class, which could confirm with certitude that we were speaking about this picture. To run his London gallery, Durand-Ruel appointed Charles Deschamps, who was the nephew of Ernest Gambart, one of the largest picture dealers in London, specialized in the Victorian period. In his memoir, Durand-Ruel recalls that Charles Duchamp was intelligent, had good taste, and knew all the collectors. Director of the Durand-Ruel Gallery in London, Charles Duchamp was responsible between 1870 and 1875 to close to 145 transactions with many various clients which have put the names of them on board. It's an alphabetical list, and most of these clients purchased classic works of art by Hugues Merle, Lépine, Georges Michel, the French artist, Madrazo, Arpinis, Rosa Bonheur, which recalls the big pictures of cows that you showed at the beginning of the lecture, Rosa Bonheur's huge cows, Fantin-Latour, but also sold some Barbizon artists such as Corot, Dupré, Millet, Daubigny, but also Impressionist pictures such as Pissarro, Boudin, Monet, and Gonzalez. Degas as well, of course. And, for example, Durand-Ruel sold close to 40 pictures to Hammer in Manchester, and that's during 1 year, in 1873, including one Pissarro, one Gonzalez, and one Boudin. I'm sorry because I'm going to give you a lot of names and numbers, and I'm not able to tell you the whole story, but that's the fun of it. Other collectors were the brothers Murrieta. There were 3 brothers, British merchants and collectors of Spanish origins, to whom Durand-Ruel sold 40 pictures from 1867 until 1875, including Boudin, Fantin-Latour, among other artists. In 1875, the reason why Durand-Ruel closed his gallery is that after the Franco-Prussian War was over, he came back to France, and Charles Deschamps ran the Durand-Ruel gallery. But from time to time, Durand-Ruel was not very satisfied with Deschamps, who offered to buy the business. And as the London gallery was costing Durand-Ruel a lot of money, close to, well, over even to 125,000 French francs every year, and income did not cover expenses. Thus, Durand-Ruel accepted Deschamps' proposition to buy the business. However, Charles Deschamps, who knew many great collectors, was not able to confirm the business and had to close the business within a year. The Impressionists, as they were mockingly called, were soon forgotten in England. Almost all their works returned to France. The ones by Degas, which Durand-Ruel had sold to certain collectors at price ranging from 20 to 100 pounds, were bought at roughly the same terms by Parisian dealers. Most of them are now in major collections, a lot of them in American museums. Durand-Ruel continued to sell pictures to British collectors, but from his Paris gallery. And one of them was Constantin Ionides, who was an Anglo-Greek businessman who had made a fortune trading cloth between Britain and the Near East. And Durand-Ruel sold him few pictures, including a Daumier, Delacroix, Parc de Don Juan in 1881 for 10,000 French francs, and this gorgeous Degas, the ballet scene of Meyerbeer's opera Robert le Diable. It was exhibited in the second Impressionist exhibition in Paris and sold to Ionides in 1881 for 6,000 French francs. Interestingly enough, it was listed in the inventory of the private collection of Ionides in 1881, at the same year, for a value close to 400 pounds. And it became one of the earliest Degas to enter British private collection, and became in 1900, when Ionides made a significant bequest to the Victoria and Albert Museum, the first work by the artist in a public collection in Britain. Another collector to whom Durand-Ruel sold pictures was Sir Peter Cruz, about whom Professor Francis Fall will be speaking a little later today. Durand-Ruel sold 9 works of art to Coates, including 2 sculptures by Barry, 3 Degas, and 3 Pissarros. And these Degas were all sold to Coates in 1885. What I'm showing you is black and white photographs of the pictures, because in the Durand-Ruel archives where I work, all the pictures were systematically photographed, starting in 1891, so not at the very beginning, and we have close to now 20,000 pictures in black and white, of Impressionist artists, and that's the way we are sure we're speaking about the right picture. So this picture was sold, it's hard to know the price because it was 3 Pissarros and 3 Degas were sold for a total of 4,000 French francs for the 6 works of art. There was another London person who was Mr. Michaud, who lived on 17 Trinity Square, London, who purchased a Sisley and as well as a Monet in 1881 for close to £60. And after closing his London gallery in 1875, I wanted to speak about the 1883 exhibition he organized at the That As Well and That As Well exhibition. It was a show including 68 pictures, but again with masterpiece. You have the Danse à Bougival in that show. You had pictures by Cassatt, by Renoir, by Manet, by Boudin, by Jean-Louis Brown. And during that show, including 68 pictures, only one was sold. It was a Degas sold to a French collector, Avillon. Some are not for sale. Sometimes they are Durand-Ruel's collection, or for other reasons, they're not for sale. But it's always shocking to imagine all these huge shows and the little amount of pictures sold, actually. I could not speak about Durand-Ruel without speaking about Hugh Lane, about whom Chris Riopel will be speaking today. It was an Irish collector who died in the Lusitania boat in 1915 and whose collection is absolutely amazing. Durand-Ruel sold 26 pictures to Hugh Lane, including Sisley's, Renoir's, Monet, Morisot, Pissarro, Manet, and I just chose 2, the Umbrellas, which is just an amazing picture, sold to Hugh Lane in 1907 for 25,000 French francs. Durand-Ruel had purchased it from the artist in 1892, just to give you an idea range of how long he keeps the pictures before being able to sell them. And of course, I had to show the picture which you see in the program by Manet, the portrait of Eva González on the right, who was sold to Hugh Lane for 100,659 French francs in 1899. Another jumping around, so we have the 1870s exhibitions, the 1883 show, and now the 1905 exhibitions, in which you see again this beautiful Eva González by Manet. And in that 1905 show, which Durand-Ruel organized in the Grafton Galleries in London, there were 361 pictures. So you have to imagine 50 Monets, 50 Pissarro, as many as Boudin, Cézanne, Degas, Morisot, Monet, Manet, Pissarro, Renoir, and Sisley. The only artist who was excluded from this show was Marie Cassatt. Marie Cassatt was so furious with her dealer that her dealer had to explain to him that he had organized the exhibition very fast and that he had sent already the pictures of Cassatt at the No Gallery in London and could not therefore exhibit them at the Grafton Gallery. What I've excluded in my lecture is all the exhibition to which Durand-Ruel lent pictures or sent pictures by deposit. We mentioned earlier the Manchester show in 1907 was organized by Durand-Ruel and encompassed 168 pictures. So each time huge shows. And here I wanted to show you photos of that Grafton Gallery. That's a drawing, but the Grafton Gallery show you again. You see the Eva González by Manet. This is you see the Déjeuner des Canotiers, some bridges, and interestingly enough, you see daylight. Durand-Ruel always privileged daylight, thinking that painters had actually painted them outdoors, and under the daylight, you truly see the true colors: the apple green, the pink, the purples, and so. If you have the chance to see Impressionist pictures with daylight, you're blessed. Here are a whole series of Morisot. Here, Danse à Bougival by Renoir, among other pictures. Gorgeous Degas. And so 361 pictures, only 2 sold during the show, including this one. And so one Degas, Before the Curtain Rise, sold to Brooks on January 7th, 1905, and one Degas, Before the Curtain Rise, sold to Baron de Meyer. Durand-Ruel developed art trading on a global scale. Germany was spoken about. Durand-Ruel started to exhibit in more than 25 cities in Germany. He closely worked with Cassirer, but also with Hugo von Tschudi. And what's interesting in the lectures that we will listen to today is always a question of human beings. Artists, collectors, dealers, curators, researchers, and to seduce the public. Durand-Ruel devoted art trading on a global scale, and Renoir would, who was his closest friend, would express his gratitude to Paul Support, saying, "Whatever the public press and dealers do, they will not kill your true quality, the love of the art and the defense of the artist before their death." The British collectors were hard to convince, but amazing pictures were sold through Scottish, Irish, and British collectors. And as Durand-Ruel recalls, works of art acquire value only when definitely rated by museums or by well-known collectors who hold on to them. It is their rarity that endows them with charm and that appeals to buyers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this fascinating paper. We just have about 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe for Q&A, and we'll be passing the mic. So please, if you would like to ask a question, raise a hand, and Noah will give you a. Marion, would you like to come here too, and then we can sit down as well. Shall we? Let's sit here, yourself. Okay. We can answer the questions.
Just a wee question for Flavie. Do we know if Daniel Cotier was interested in Impressionist works at all?
Well, in the transaction I found between Durand-Ruel and Cotier, there are only classic works of art, no Impressionists.
That's what probably wanted.
I tried to find as many as possible.
Can you hear me? Yes. Is it working? It is. It is. This is a question for Marianne. Talking about the critics just making me think, we're kind of assuming that by Impressionism we have a certain definition of Impressionism as French Impressionists. But I wondered whether the British critics, had a broader view of what Impressionism constituted.
Well, I think the answer is yes. And one of the big difficulties you have when you're looking at the critical response to the art, modern French art, is that critics came at it from different angles. And so when actually that comment is made by Rutter, that there was a confusion in people's minds as to whether they're talking about Impressionism in relation to Whistler and Velázquez, for example. Velázquez is interesting, I can come back to that in a minute, or whether they're actually talking about the French Impressionists, Monet and so on. And he is quite clear that he sees a distinction, but then he comes from the next generation. I think what is interesting is the way in which the British critics were not the only ones to have this problem, if you can call it a problem, a definitional issue, because you also find it in France. For example, Mauclair, in this very interesting article, which was published actually in an American magazine, in 1902, discusses Impressionism, but he then goes to look at the next generation, because he basically thinks the Impressionists are now of an older generation and the art is moving forward. And the people he draws up are what I would call international painterly naturalist artists. So Besnard gets in there, Bodini gets in there, Sorolla gets in there, and so on. So and Argent and so on. So they and the Sidaner. This is an interesting fact. But it does expand. So there is it's not clearly cut, and I think that's the problem in the UK. But it isn't unique to the UK.
But even with Durand-Ruel, it's not cut. Because Durand-Ruel in his Impressionist artist includes Boudin.
Yeah, exactly.
Manet is a father, but he's also included in a way. Monet, and it goes all the way to Mary Cassatt, because Degas and Mary Cassatt work close together. So Impressionism is almost like a brand mark, like a blockbuster. But then,
Yes, and I think I would add to that that when you're looking further afield at, for example, the collecting that starts from about 1900 onwards, and I was talking about Germany and the Nordic countries and so on, what becomes Impressionism has in fact expanded, and it now takes in Cézanne, yes, which could or couldn't be involved, but also Lautrec and Van Gogh. And for all of them, it comes under a general umbrella of modern French art, rather than specifically Impressionism. So even when working on this, I found myself worried as to whether I should have Manet in or out. And I think that's the definition issue that we have to address.
I have a question. It's like me. You speak about politics, and it's true that in Germany, the Impressionists were very welcome thanks to Hugo von Trudi,
Yes.
who was in Berlin, but had been fired by the William Kaiser and went to Munich just because he supported the French artists just after the Franco-Prussian War. I mean, we always have to take the social, historical, political context.
Well, actually, it's slightly different. He was fired by Kaiser Wilhelm II in 1907 when he bought a particularly controversial Van Gogh, and he then went off to Munich. Prior to that, actually, he'd been within the Berlin museum system from the latter part of the 1880s, working on the Buddha. So that you have that, so to begin with, he's quite firm. But what I think is very interesting is that Berlin, the attitude of the Kaiser Wilhelm II was one which belonged to one faction within the cultural landscape in Germany in general, and in Berlin in particular. Whereas there were other factions, and certainly if you were outside Berlin, although yes, there was controversy, which actually erupted in Hamburg post-1900, between whether when Pauli was buying, first of all, Courbet, then an early Monet, and then he goes into Pissarro, Sicily, and so on. There was controversy, inevitably, but at the same time, because you were a little bit distant from Berlin, and had a certain autonomy, you could actually build up your own taste for modern French art. And it is very interesting that Dell's comment in 1910 about the fact that the German museum directors seemed to have their own authority. They knew what was good, and they were also given a certain amount of freedom. Mind you, when Krefeld bought the Monet House of Parliament sunset painting in 1970, he was really taken to the cleaners. He didn't lose his job, but he realized that he could no longer go on buying in that area for the time being, because the criticism from the city that was funding the museum was too great. So it's very nuanced.
Very nice. But we see, I study the letters, and we see that Trudy wanted to have a cassette part purchased by the museum, but was not successful. Back government also writes to François Manet to include it. Doesn't work. And I also wanted to add something on another subject, that I didn't speak at all about the Durand-Ruel pictures sent to Dublin, to many exhibitions in England. I mean, there's so much to say.
Absolutely. I think we'll have to have a second conference. This is just the beginning of the conversation. Perhaps one more question.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much for these two papers. I think it's so difficult to give an overview of the richness of the critical reception and also collecting reception of the Impressionists. So well done, you two. My question is slightly undigested, so please forgive me. But having worked on Southern Europe, and in particular Italy, and the Venice Biennale, where the Impressionists were not really exhibited, a couple of paintings in 1897, some in 1903, but basically, up until, let's say, the 1920s, there's not really a sustained interest in Impressionism. So my question was going to be, how far do you think the British attitude to Impressionism is an anomaly?
Is an anomaly. Do you mean because
So
it's
we
because they
usually
are
say
collecting
that-
as opposed to in Italy or not?
So we usually say that the British collectors lagged behind and didn't show such a sustained interest in Impressionism, but we're only comparing with some countries rather than, the whole of Europe. So I'm wondering how far, if we take the whole picture into consideration, how far is it an anomaly?
Maybe Flavie can answer in relation to Durand-Well whether he had any connections with Italy.
No, not so much. He defended what you can call an impressionist Italian artist who was Federico Zandomeneghi, who's super well known in Italy, less known elsewhere, but great artist. But impressionist artists, as you mentioned with Absinthe, they depict everyday life. They use pink, they use flash pink, flash green. They paint everyday scenes which are not attracted to French people. The French public was not, there were very few collectors to start with. English collectors are not reactive, but Durand-Well gets their recognition thanks to the American. And America plays a key role because she really gets to the collectors, introduce them, and these rich collectors, just like in England, actually, in Scotland, actually, that these rich collectors want a philanthropist view. But you have to imagine that in France, in Italy, you had the Renaissance. In the Flanders, you also had the Renaissance. So Europe was completely spoiled with masterpieces. They didn't need the Impressionists. The Impressionists were shocking at the time when they were completely spoiled. And that's probably why the Americans were much more open-minded, because they wanted to create collections. But Durand-Well and collectors, that's why also I wanted to speak a lot about Barbizon School, that they buy Barbizon School and then they slowly go to Impressionists. And then they go back to Velázquez, Greco, Goya. It's you need classic and then you need new visions. But for us today, Impressionists are classics, but they're totally shocking. Open window in the Absinthe is not even straightforward. You see her on the bottom, an angle. Impressed by the Japanese, that's another subject, but we tend to forget that it's so new at the time and completely different to what they're used to when they've been already completely spoiled.
Yes, I think I would just add that two little points. One is that I think it's the studio in 1893, there's a comment from, it's an article about Monet and drawing, actually, and it comments upon the fact that in the UK, Monet has not been experiencing the boom that taste for his work has already demonstrated in America, which is, of course, an indication of the impact of Durand-Well on American collectors, but that's a whole another story. I think the other thing which is interesting about Italy is that when I was doing a small amount of scraping through provenances and exhibition histories, I was interested, as you rightly pointed out, that apart from a very small number of impressions shown at the Venice Biennale, we really don't have collectors coming into that scene until, I suppose, Fabry, but it's the 1920s. It's very much later. And I think there again, this question of taste, Italy already had the Maccaioli. They already, so that in a sense, they were halfway to the treatment of subject matter comparable to the Impressionists. It's just that technically it wasn't as loose and as open. And so they already had, if you like, their modern art. So did they have to go down the Impressionist route? And the final thing is to say, I think one of the fascinating things about collecting of some of the great collectors in the States is that often they started Hague School, Barbizon, and Impressionism. Think of Frick, for example, and then goes into the Old Masters. And that is where you're seeking to actually emulate your aristocratic or upper class or high class social level. So it's difficult.
Thank you very much. I think we will end the first session here because otherwise we will never have a break. And so please join us for tea and coffee in the Research Forum Seminar Room as we come out, just turn right and you will see it. and we are going to reconvene here at 11:45.
So thank you.
Thank you again.
So welcome back everybody to this second panel, which builds on the previous papers about early collectors of Impressionism. I'm Tom Stammers, I'm a reader in art and cultural history here at the Courtauld, and I'm incredibly grateful to the organisers today for the opportunity to be part of this wonderful event. So our first speaker on the second panel is Andrew Watson, who is Associate Lecturer with the Open University and a specialist in 19th century art. Andrew has written extensively on British collectors of French painting, including a book on the Scottish collector James Duncan of Benmore, who was mentioned by Flavie earlier, as well as articles for the Société des Amis du Musée National Eugène Delacroix, the Metropolitan Museum of Art Journal, and the Burlington magazine. And indeed, in his recent Burlington piece, you can see the definitive history of the reception of Eugène Delacroix's Death of Sardanapalus, also mentioned by Flavie earlier. So the title of his paper today is Louis Huth, or Louis Huth, an important early British collector of figure. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tom. I only recently found out, because I didn't know, is it Louis or Lewis? Well, I got in touch with one of the relatives, and it's Louis Huth. So I can now say that with some confidence, because it was bothering me for a while. As many of you know, it's in connection with Dugas that Louis Huth is best known, and Ronald Pickvance's pioneering 1962 Burlington article established Huth as Dugas' first English collector when he purchased a dance foyer on the 7th of December 1872. Based on recent research, my aim today is quite simple, is to present a revised history of the dance foyer, during which I will elucidate key biographical aspects of Huth which are generally little known, and his predilections as a collector, again, which have been little studied as a whole. I'm going to move in the talk from London to Glasgow, and I'm not going to give the game away by saying why I go to Glasgow, but you'll hopefully find out in the course of things. And I want to conclude by discussing the circumstances that led to the picture being released by Huth in the early 1890s, something that was mentioned earlier. Some of these Impressionist collectors did let their paintings go back into the market again, and Huth was one of those collectors. And finally, I'll make some closing remarks about Huth's significance as a collector of Impressionism. And this is all work in progress, so nothing's definitive yet. So, Louis Huth, seen here as an elderly gentleman, was born at Finsbury in London. The son, there's the picture, we've already seen it, the dance foyer which he bought in 1872. And he was born in Finsbury in London, 1821. He was the son of Frederick Huth, seen here, a German merchant banker who, according to Valerie Chidson, Huth's biographer, came from quite humble origins, being brought up in the small village of Harsfeld in the Electorate of Hanover. After an apprenticeship to a Spanish merchant in Hamburg, Huth eventually established a business in Corunna in Spain, where he met his wife, believed, I don't know if it's true or not, to be the daughter of a prominent member of the Spanish royal court in 1809. In 1809, following the invasion of Spain by France, Frederick and his wife and children emigrated to England and established a family merchant house in London called Frederick Huth and Co. According to Charles Jones's DNB entry on Frederick Huth, such was the success of the Huth enterprise that by the end of the 1840s, it ranked immediately below such companies as the Barings and the Rothschilds. So in 1841, the year when his older sister Amelia did this lovely pencil sketch of Huth, he was sent to Bremen to learn German and familiarise himself with the German side of the business. Louis Huth later became a director of the London Assurance for Fire, Life and Marine Assurance, though it seems he was hardly ever involved in its operations following the death of his father in 1864. Indeed, it has been said that his talents did not lie in the world of finance. He did inherit a considerable fortune when his father died in 1864, and that his passion really was for the arts. In the 1850s, we know he was collecting English pictures by Linnell, John Linnell, for example, by deceased and living artists, and by 1863 had purchased Constable's magnificent Hadley Castle, the sketch for which is in the Tate, of course. And in 1857, commissioned George Frederick Watts to paint this full-length portrait of his wife, Helen, who was Scottish. Huth was an ambitious collector, and that's confirmed in 1865 when he commissioned one of the most highly regarded architects of his time, Sir Matthew Digby Wyatt, to design the extravagant Hossingworth Manor in Waldron, East Sussex. And this is how it was illustrated in The Builder in 1868. Quite something. I think that there exists some interior shots. I've not been able to track them down. I think they are out there, but managed to get that image, which I think is quite a splendid one. And it was here that Huth housed his large collection in a 60-foot long purpose-built gallery. And you can see the gallery. I don't know if I've got a pointer here. I do. The gallery is just here, just behind this part of the building. And you can see it's got glass panels. It's a treated ceiling with wood and iron beams, in between which is glass to allow natural light to flow down, like Flavie mentioned earlier. This was very typical of galleries like this in the 1860s and 1870s, and you find numerous collectors building their galleries like that, so natural light floods down from above onto the pictures. And it was here, presumably, that the dance foyer would hang for 20 years. Now, by 1865, Huth had acquired Whistler's Symphony. Oops, sorry. I think I'm on track. By 1865, Huth had acquired Whistler's Symphony in White No. 3, this picture here, and had already cultivated an interest in French painting, evidence to counter what the Francophile art critic William Ernst Henley would sarcastically, and in the case of collecting Impressionism, at least in my view, unfairly, later called the parochial Paris vision of English collectors. That's Henley there, great champion of Rodin, of course, and friend of Constantine Ionides, more about him later. In 1864, Whistler encouraged the young Fontaine-Latour to come to London for the first time, and Fontaine duly arrived in June that year, and on 18th of July sold these two still lifes to the Greek consul Alexander Ionides. That's the father of Constantine. They did end up in Constantine's collection, but it looks like he possibly bought them as a present for his son. And those are the pictures again, which I just think we should keep on the screen. In August, Fontaine wrote to his parents how 3 days before Ionides' purchase, a Mr. Huth, who had commissioned a picture from Whistler, presumably Symphony in White No. 3, had come to see the finished article at his studio, where he also saw a Fontaine bouquet for which he paid 300 francs, probably succumbing to Whistler's persuasive salesmanship. Thus, Huth became a pioneering collector of contemporary 19th century French art in the early 1860s, and he continued to buy Fontaine's work. He had another in his collection by 1873, two of which he sold back to Durand-Ruel that year, and thanks to Flavie for supplying me with that information recently. And he continued to buy paintings by Fontaine, remained committed to Fontaine's work, both still lifes and figurative works, until at least 1886, one of which we'll see later in the talk. By the late 1880s, he was in possession of 7 works by Whistler, including paintings and drawings, pastels. So, as a collector already predisposed to collecting French art, between 1870 and 1874, Huth was presented with an opportunity to inspect at close hand the work of some of France's established and younger artists, when Paul Durand-Ruel, seen here in 1866, held his so-called Society of French Artists exhibitions at 168 New Bond Street, where he vigorously promoted the Barbizon school, especially in the early exhibitions, especially the work of Croal, for the first time in England, and is better known, as we've already seen, introduced Impressionist canvases to the British public. 108 paintings were on view in his first annual exhibition of the Society of French Artists, and it was a society created by Durand-Ruel to promote the artists in his stock. The first show had 2 hangs, one in December 1870 and one in March 1871. The second, in 1871, had 2 Impressionist pictures, and Durand-Ruel oversaw the first show himself, having travelled with his family to London from Paris, as you probably know, to escape the Franco-Prussian War. In his memoirs, Durand-Ruel included Huth, whom he referred to as Hoots, double T-S, in his list of British collectors and dealers who were influenced by his early London exhibitions and who became his clients as a result. Huth did indeed become an important client of Durand-Ruel. And information just recently shared with me by Flavie confirms that in 1873, for example, Huth acquired no fewer than 7 corals from Durand-Ruel, including this one. But unlike his contemporaries, such as the Anglo-Greek collector Constantine Ioannidis, as I've said already, more about him later in the talk, who first acquired Barbizon pictures before buying an Impressionist work, it was the other way round with Huth. His first purchase of a French picture from Durand-Ruel was Degas' The Dance for You. In his memoirs, Durand-Ruel also mentioned the importance of Alphonse Legros, seen in a very brooding portrait here by Félix Braquemont. And Legros had settled in London in 1863, and Durand-Ruel does highlight how important he was in introducing him to important London clients, although we don't have too much information to flesh that out. Legros, of course, had been a close friend of Constantine Ioannidis since the early 1860s, and likely introduced, there's Constantine Ioannidis there, and likely introduced him to Durand-Ruel. Legros acted as a member of the Committee of Honour of the Society of French Artists to promote the London exhibitions. As we've already heard, Legros was also an important point of contact for Impressionist artists. He met Monet in London in 1870, and in 1871 dined with him and Pissarro. Perhaps Degas, who knew well the success of his friend James Tissot in London, also thought Legros would be an influential ally in helping him gain a foothold in England. Degas had made Legros' acquaintance in the 1860s, but the two don't appear to have been in correspondence between 1868 and 1871. This is at least the implication of a letter that Degas wrote to Legros in October 1871 during Degas' visit to London. Degas mentioned that he had taken a cab with Gambard, without the T, to Legros' old address at 1 Victoria Grove Villas, Bayswater, where a kindly neighbour had supplied him with Legros' new address. And Degas added, "I would very much like to chat with you about yourself in London." Sadly, we don't have much information to add to that, but by 1874, as is well known, they were on good terms. Degas' paintings, of course, whether or not Legros had anything to do with that or not, we don't know. They were first shown in London in the summer of 1872 at Durand-Ruel's 4th exhibition, where the artist's first version of the ballet scene from Robert le Diable was shown. Ioannidis would buy the second version of it. On 10th of August, Durand-Ruel acquired the dance foyer directly from Degas for 2,500 francs, and it was sent to London on the 29th of October, just 4 days before the opening of his 5th exhibition, the winter exhibition, and this accounts for the omission of the painting in the catalogue. However, the picture was brought to the attention of the public on the 28th of November by the Francophile critic Sidney Colvin, who, writing for the Pall Mall Gazette, described Huth's picture as a masterpiece, quite rare praise at this time, I may add, which had the most perfect precision of drawing and delicacy of colour. And this was the first time Degas had been mentioned, especially in such glowing terms, by a British critic. And Colvin's report was published on the 28th of November. Huth, who presumably attended the exhibition, acquired the painting on the 7th of December 1872 for £168. Now, Madeleine Combe, and similar to Douglas Cooper, who first wrote on Samuel Courtauld before her, noted that all those who bought Degas' work in the 1870s and 1880s had some connection with Whistler, and in the case of Huth, she is not wrong. After all, Whistler had known Huth since the early 1860s, and Degas may have heard about Huth's acquisition of Symphony in White, number 3, especially as he did a sketch of it in 1867 when the painting was across in Paris. Huth remained on good terms with Whistler. Constantine Arondes certainly didn't. The lines were divided in the late 1860s between followers of Le Gros and Whistler, and friends of the two of them parted company. But Huth remained on good terms with Whistler, so much so that by the end of 1872, Whistler had produced a sketch of Huth's wife, Helen, seen here, in preparation for the large painting that was completed in January the following year. And here it is, a wonderful portrait. The close contact between Whistler and the Huths in the winter of 1872 increased the likelihood that they together attended Durand-Ruel's 5th London exhibition in November 1872, especially as Whistler was showing 3 pictures, the first works by the artist to be exhibited by Durand-Ruel in London, including this one, Arrangement in Grey, Portrait of the Painter, painted in 1872, which is now in Detroit. Until relatively recently, this was all we knew of the circumstances surrounding Huth's purchase of the dance foyer. However, as a result of Theodore Reff's important 2020 publication of Degas' letters, we can now construct a more detailed account of it. Charles Deschamps, seen here with wonderful hair, nephew of the great Belgian dealer Ernst Gambard, had become secretary of Durand-Ruel's Society of French Artists in 1872. And by 1872, Huth was known to Deschamps, though precise details of how and when they met are yet to come to light. In July 1872, Deschamps visited Degas' studio in Paris, where he saw the artist's dance foyer and suggested Huth as a potential buyer, indicating that he knew of Huth's openness to acquiring contemporary French art. This is confirmed in a letter Degas wrote to Deschamps that same month, and I quote, "You will receive the little picture which you saw me working on, and which you had the idea of selling to Mr. Huth. As for the price, I think that £150 to £200 would be fine." So Huth's purchase for 168 was thus in line with the artist's wishes. The role of Deschamps in finding clients for Durand-Ruel, which we saw earlier, is quite extensive, and his important connections with English collectors were certainly advantageous to Durand-Ruel. And Natalie may well have more to say about this in her talk on Henry Hill. So, by February 1873, Degas, who was in America, was unaware that Huth had bought the dance foyer, because in a letter to Tissot, dated 18th of February 1873, Degas said at the end of his long letter, "Go find Deschamps right away. If he still has the dancers, and Durand-Ruel allows it, and if there is time, may he send them to the Paris exhibition before March 21st, presumably referring to the Salon." So, one of the things that Ronald Pickvance first highlighted back in his Burlington article 2 was that the painting was exhibited in Glasgow in 1888 at the International Exhibition. But why the picture was shown there has, hopefully until today, been a matter of speculation. And so to Glasgow, where the International Exhibition of 1888, Huth's picture became the first Impressionist work to be shown publicly north of the border. And Durand-Ruel's connection with Glasgow collectors goes back as early as 1872, when the steel magnate Andrew Maxwell bought this picture by Uge, and I think sold another one back to Durand-Ruel that same year, and thanks to Flavia again for that information. And it's certainly likely that Maxwell attended some of the London shows. One Glasgow collector who certainly did was James Duncan. We've heard his name mentioned already, he of the horrible beard. He was a compassionate guy, apparently. And he was undoubtedly Durand-Ruel's most important British client, and had, like many of his contemporaries, formed a collection first of Barbizon pictures in the 1870s. However, in 1883, as we've already heard, he acquired Renoir's highly coloured Bay of Naples from Durand-Ruel, which was the first Impressionist picture that Durand-Ruel sold to a Scot, and the only picture by Renoir bought by a British collector in the 19th century, so far as we know. However, it wasn't Durand-Ruel who was involved in ensuring that Huth's picture was shown at the 1888 International Show, but I'm going to argue it was Deschamps. And here's a wonderful picture of the inside, that magnificent domed building in Glasgow that was set up for the show. So first, some context surrounding Deschamps' involvement. According to the Glasgow Herald, the Loan Collection Committee had imposed upon them a task of no ordinary difficulty. In the first place, the frequency of loan exhibitions during recent years has tried the patience of the most good-humoured owners, and it's now by no means easy to persuade them to lend their treasures. And there's some truth to this. There was a particular problem in securing high-quality pictures from the French, Dutch, German and Italian schools, and high-profile collectors of continental art such as Constantine Ionides and James Starks Forbes, who had lent really generously to the Edinburgh International just 2 years earlier, either didn't lend at all, Ionides didn't, or in the case of Forbes, only one picture was lent. And this prompted the Glasgow Chartered Accountant, collector of art and convener of the loan collection, James Muir, to devise a strategy, and he was well placed to do so. As Francis Fowle first highlighted, he had shown himself a knowledgeable and influential figure in an important 1878 loan exhibition held in Glasgow, which featured a large number of Dutch and French pictures. And so on 8th of February 1888, Muir wrote Deschamps a letter stamped private and confidential, inquiring if the dealer would undertake, for an honorarium of 50 guineas, to visit a number of collections in London and obtain loan works for the committee. Deschamps replied favourably on the 10th of February, which elicited another letter on the 16th from Muir asking if, in addition to his initial request, Deschamps could also provide a list of continental pictures of the highest quality that he knew of and which he believed he could influence the owners to lend. Muir also added that the committee would like a Henry Moore. I keep thinking of sculpture every time I hear Henry Moore's name, but this is the Henry Moore he's talking about, the then renowned British marine artist, and he asked if he could find him a good one, in inverted commas, for the show. Deschamps moved quickly because just 5 days after he received Muir's second letter, Robert Walker, who was secretary for the International Exhibition, wrote to Huth to say that the committee feel deeply indebted to you for your generosity and the aid you have given, highlighting Moor's The Clearness After the Rain, and others to make the Glasgow exhibition a success. He doesn't mention the Degas, but he includes them in the others. As Walker wrote barely a few days after Deschamps received Muir's request to find a good picture by Moore, one of only two to be lent to the Glasgow International, as well as high-quality continental works, surely confirms that it was Deschamps who called upon Huth, a client he had known since the early 1870s and to whom he had sold the dance foy. Huth's almost immediate response to Deschamps' request is telling and better understood if we consider that for almost 3 decades, Huth had been a really generous lender of pictures to major loan exhibitions. In 1863, for example, the year of its acquisition, Hadley Castle had been lent to the British Institution exhibition, and it was not until 1886 that Huth lent one of his French pictures to a loan exhibition. This Fontaine Roses, which he bought in 1886, was lent to the Whitechapel Art Gallery show. And although there's no record of them saying it, both Muir and Walker would have well understood the significance of Huth's loan of the dance foy as the first Degas to be exhibited publicly in Scotland, the first Impressionist picture too. And that same picture received further publicity when a whole article was devoted to it in the Art Journal, perhaps reflecting the influence of the Scottish sub-editor David Croal Thomson, who was sympathetic to Impressionism. Walter Armstrong's account of the show, which also presented the international exhibition to an English audience in a very lavish publication, wrote very tersely, of Degas we get a genuine taste in maître de ballet, though regrettably he doesn't elucidate further. So as we've already seen, in the first half of the 1880s, Impressionist canvases were beginning to appear in Glasgow collections, such as Duncan's Renoir, and an interest in Degas' work was also shown, which Francis will soon discuss. Although we can only speculate about the impact whose Degas may have had on Glasgow collectors, Huth's painting would certainly have caught the eye of one committee member, Thomas Glenarthur, who in 1892 would go on to buy Degas' pastel at the milliner's for £800 from the Glasgow dealer, Alexander Reid. Arthur couldn't have failed to have inspected Huth's painting, as it was one of only 8 pictures hung on screen 2 of the Loan collection, which included one of Arthur's own pictures, The Heart of the Forest, by Diaz. But sadly, in the year that Arthur was inspired to acquire his Degas pastel, Huth's picture was lost to the nation. For reasons that are yet to be precisely established, in October 1892, Huth sold his Degas for 6,250 francs to Bussel Valadon & Co., the London branch, that is. And there's the foreign loan pictures, and there's the, you can see there, oops, what's happened? That's all right, pressed the wrong button. You can see Degas, and there's the prices to, and Louis Huth is the seller, and it went to this man, bon vivant type, obviously, Henri Brevet. And again, Croal Thomson is crucial here because he was Bussel's London representative, and it was certainly been he who oversaw the transferal of the picture to the Farms Paris branch, where it was sold at significant profit for 19,250 francs from having bought it for 6,000, it's a very good profit indeed. And he'd already done this because he'd already bought La Toilette, which was in Duncan's collection, the great masterpiece by Coral, which had been sold to him by Durand-Ruel. And he bought that in 1886 for 18,700 francs and sold it on for 43,000 to the stockbroker Victor Desfossés. Huth didn't buy any other works by Degas nor any other Impressionist canvases, and for some the dance foyer could be seen as a rather conservative purchase, especially as it has traditional elements to it. After all, it's small, highly finished, and as has been said by scholars such as Richard Thomson, it's reminiscent of the work of Meissonier and Alfred Stevens. Nonetheless, Huth's purchase of his Degas was significant, and he bears some comparison with his almost direct contemporary, Constantine Ionides, whose tastes and approach to collecting are remarkably similar. Both grew up in cultivated households where European languages were spoken. Both were financiers, and both were sent to Europe to develop their knowledge of European business and to learn languages appropriate to their specific business interests. In the arts, both men became members of the Burlington Fine Arts Club, many of whose members worked out, to recall the words of Francis Haskell, a new concept of taste in an open and untheoretical spirit. And Huth and Ionides, of course, were also important early patrons of Fontaine and became significant clients of Durand-Ruel, as we've already seen. Ionides bought this in 1881 from Durand-Ruel. However, Huth's purchase of the dance foyer at a time when Degas' pictures were barely known in London reflected a particularly open-minded pioneering spirit to collecting, ahead of fashion and established critical opinion. Thus, Huth's place as a major figure in the early reception of Impressionism, I would argue, in England, is assured. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you so much. And I would say for those who want to know more about Henri Brevet, his diary has actually been recently published in French and is an amazing source. Willa Silverman, it's a fantastic text. So our next speaker is Natalia Murray, one of the organisers, of course, of our event today, and my colleague here at the Courtauld, where she is lecturer in modern art and curating. Natalia is a specialist in late 19th and early 20th century Russian and Western European art, and she curated the wonderful Royal Academy exhibition in 2017 on Russian art from 1917 to 1932. Her most recent book, Two Women Patrons of the Russian Avant-Garde, sorry, I did have this earlier, Nadezhda Dobishina and Klavdia Mikhailova, published in 2021, was dedicated to the first women gallerists in Russia, indeed. And her paper today is entitled Captain Henry Hill, an Unexpected Collector of Modern French Art. Natalia, over to you.
So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you this fascinating man who happened to live just around the corner from me, but it's not the main reason why I'm talking about him today. And I wanted to start my paper rather unexpectedly with a great exhibition that took place in Brighton in June 1910. It was exhibition of modern French art, and it opened on 10th of June 1910 in Brighton Museum. And it was organized by the Paris-based dealer and correspondent for the Burlington magazine, Robert Dell, who rightly claimed that this was the first exhibition in Britain which aimed to give an overview of contemporary French painting in its different forms of expression. But the reception of this exhibition was far from favorable. Brighton Herald lamented, "The warning solemnly be uttered. People who go to the Brighton galleries, to the newest exhibition of pictures, must be prepared for the shock. The timid had better stay away altogether. Or if they are venturesome enough to go, let them take with them a pair of colored spectacles, not necessarily colored rose. Perhaps a portable screen may be preferred." So, and it goes on in this tone. And of course, the article described how people fainted, shocked by the bright colors and awkward compositions of the French Impressionists. And we're talking about 1910. Yet, 45 years before the exhibition opened in Brighton, one of the first collectors of the French Impressionism in Britain was actually based in Brighton as well. And his name was Henry Hill. This is Robert Dell, who organized the exhibition. He was a successful military tailor and one of the most progressive collectors in 19th century Britain. Hill was born in a family of schoolmaster in Columpton, a village just outside Exeter in Devon. Having trained as a tailor in 1834, Hill moved to London in search of work. And according to his obituary, he struggled to find a proper job and was about to commit suicide by jumping into the Thames when a stranger felt pity for him and gave him £0.50. On the next day, he found employment, worked his way up from journeyman tailor to purchasing the tailoring firm from his former employer in 1847, and apparently he built his own business on the basis of loans from friends. Good to have friends like this. He also brought in his brother, Edward Hill, and his half-brother, Charles Hill, to work with him in the firm, and they became partners and helped him to manage the expanding enterprise. By the late 1850s, the Hill brothers advertised themselves as military or army tailors. However, evidence suggests that their company didn't just specialize in making military uniforms, but also provided garments and suits for Oxford and Cambridge universities and members of aristocracy. In addition, the tailors were able to tap into international market, and this is especially important for today's conference. In Hill's obituary, the Western Times reported, orders came to the firm from Frenchmen and Russian residents in London. And it became such a valuable connection that a branch was established in Paris. And the swells of the empire issued the vulgar idea that Paris alone could make up a gentleman by freely admitting that for style and charges, Bond Street would beat the boulevards. And the French connection, of course, is especially important for us here. By 1868, Henry Hill's business employed around 100 workers. The Western Times suggested that it was perhaps the largest business of its kind ever known. So he built it up really very quickly. In 1840, Hill had married Charlotte. Unfortunately, we don't have any photographs of her. She was also from Devon, and for unknown reasons, Henry and Charlotte didn't have any children. We know very little about Charlotte Hill, and there is no evidence of her involvement in her husband's art collection. There is a comment on Henry and Charlotte Hill in the biography of Frank Hall, one of Hill's favorite artists, written by his daughter, who said most of the day was spent in the company of Captain Hill and his kindly wife, a comfortable, cheery soul with just as much appreciations of luxurious living as her bluff and breezy captain. So it's a bit diminishing description, but here we are. Between 1841 and 1861, their fortunate living conditions were transformed when they moved from a modest house in Broad Street in London without servants to a larger house in Hammersmith with 4 servants. And in 1865, they moved to a 10-bedroom mansion at 53 Marine Parade in Brighton, which Hill purchased outright for the sum of £3,500. And it was at the time when still a lot of middle-class people used to rent houses rather than buy them outright. So it was relatively unusual at the time. And in the 19th century, it was one of Brighton's most fashionable and sought-after addresses for the aristocracy and bourgeoisie. And that's what it looks like today, and I'm glad that it's still there. But now, of course, it's not a private house. It was divided into flats. And soon after purchasing his new residence in Brighton, Hill extended the house to create top-lit galleries for his rapidly growing art collection in the back of the house. And according to the report produced at the time, and according to recent refurbishment of the flat in this Grade 2 listed building, formerly owned by Captain Henry Hill, his gallery consisted of 3 large ground floor rooms, 128 square meters in total, in the back of this 3-story property, and it included this giant roof lantern, custom made of lead and curved glass, because rather like with Paul Durand-Rail and generally exhibitions in the late 19th century, everyone aimed to have this natural light in their galleries. So here you can see it, and I even managed to find this fascinating photograph of someone's rather lavish bedroom in the room which used to be a gallery in Henry Hill's house, and you can see this beautiful lantern. I'm very glad that it's still preserved today, and one day I will knock on their door and ask me to have a look by myself. I wasn't brave enough so far. Ada Hall, in her account of 1874 Brighton visit, states, his gallery, or rather galleries, were rapidly acquiring a reputation as the home of some of the best art of the day. And apparently anybody who wished to visit his galleries was able to do so if they applied in advance. And presumably he frequently changed paintings on display, since he owned a grand total of 728 works of art, 528 paintings, 127 watercolors, 50 drawings and sketches, 20 engravings, and 20 sculptures. His collection included works by 186 different artists and 11 sculptors. And his obituary, published in the Western Times in 1882, refers to a figure of £20,000 as the cost of his collection, equivalent to more than £1.9 million in today's money. Most of the works in the collection were by contemporary artists who were alive in Henry Hill's lifetime. And Hill was a collector of modern art rather than old masters. 56 of the works were landscapes and the rest genre paintings. But most importantly for this conference, half the paintings that he owned were by contemporary French and European artists. Henry Hill's collection contained paintings by over 50 French artists and more than 30 artists from other European countries. Ada Hall, in her biography of her father, said of Hill that he was a great connoisseur of new French school, and must have been one of the earliest buyers of Degas in this country. And as we have just heard, he wasn't the first one, but certainly quite significant one. He bought his first work by Degas in 1874 from Durand Gallery in New Bond Street. And following Henry Hill's death, it was sold in 1889 at Christie's sale to the Goupil Gallery. And in late 19th century, it was owned by Alex Reid and Sir James Murray in Scotland. And in 1927, it was purchased by Samuel Courtauld and is now at the Courtauld Gallery. And it is the only painting by Degas from Hill's collection that has remained in Britain. Hill bought 6 more works by Degas at 168 New Bond Street Gallery after the management had transferred to Deschamps, who continued to operate and exhibit partly on the basis of the extensive reserve of stock provided by Durand Ruel. The Art Journal reviewed the Deschamps exhibition in 1876, where several works by Degas bought by Hill were on display, and they wrote that the art of the Impressionists leaves such a wide field for all manner of weakness and incompetence that we don't think in the interest of art the school ought to be encouraged. However, such criticism didn't seem to matter to Captain Hill. It also helped that the German gallery, where Durand Ruel and later Deschamps used to exhibit French modern art, was just 200 yards from Hill Brothers at 3 Old Bond Street. Ronald Pickens suggests that Degas actually visited Henry Hill in Brighton in the mid-1870s, and Hill may have purchased his most famous Degas in a cafe, which is, of course, much more known as Absinthe, but now at Musée d'Orsay it's called again in a cafe, which is much more correct, of course. So he claimed that Hill bought it directly from the artist. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any evidence for this statement, and Musée d'Orsay states in provenance that the painting was bought by Hill from Deschamps. And interestingly enough, in her article on the exhibitions of modern French art in Britain, Madeleine Cohn suggested that Deschamps recommended Hill to buy this painting to repay his friend who has done this portrait of him. So in order to pay back, he introduced him to, at the time, the biggest collector of Degas, Hill. But again, I haven't seen any evidence, so I don't know if it's true or not. But it is possible to suggest that Hill bought this painting directly from Degas and that Degas did visit Hill in his residence in Brighton, because, for example, Sickert did mention that Degas visited Brighton, probably stopping there after the ferry crossing from Dieppe on the way to London. And Degas was also a friend of Marie and Jean-Charles' cousin, who were by then settled in Sussex. And Hill already had substantial collection of Marie Cousin's paintings. She could have introduced him to Degas. So there are quite a lot of suggestions that he could have met Degas, but again, we don't have any evidence. We do know that Hill bought the painting that you see here in 1876, because in the same year he lent it to the 3rd annual winter exhibition at the Royal Pavilion in Brighton, together with Degas' belly class from his collection as well. It was the first time that French Impressionism was exhibited outside London. In 1861, 9 rooms on the upper floor of the Royal Pavilion in Brighton were adapted and refurbished to provide specialist spaces for a small but permanent town museum and a picture gallery. However, space was too restricted in the pavilion, And you can imagine that the galleries were situated in these upper rooms, which were not really very well suited for the art gallery. And in 1872, the former servants' quarters, coach house, and stables connected to the Brighton Dome were remodeled as a new art gallery. And the new art gallery was opened on 20th of January 1873 in the large central hall, which is now occupied by the Brighton Dome. In September 1872, yes, here you can just get a taste of what Royal Pavilion looked like at the time. In September 1872, Hill became a member of the Fine Arts Subcommittee, which had responsibility for the overall management of the picture gallery. In 1875, he took over as chairman of the Fine Arts Subcommittee, a post which he retained until his resignation and retirement in the end of 1880. And as a chairman, he organized exhibitions at the gallery on a twice-yearly basis, reflecting established practices in London commercial galleries by this time. In autumn 1874, he established the annual exhibition of modern pictures in Brighton. He was a member of the hanging committee that determined which works would be included in these exhibitions, and occasionally loans from Henry Hill himself or other collectors were interspersed among the for sale works, so presumably to enhance the overall quality of the works on display. And the report of the Fine Arts Subcommittee recorded, since April, a second exhibition has been opened and will remain on view for some time longer. To this, Captain Hill of Marine Parade is the main contributor. So it's not by accident that he was the chairman, member of the hanging committee, and he was one of the main collectors who would lend his works to these exhibitions. And at the third annual exhibition of modern pictures, which opened in September 1876, Hill lended certain works from his collection, and they were not for sale, unlike the vast majority of other paintings. And it included this painting in a cafe, which at the time was titled A Sketch at a French Cafe, and it was hung next to on the coast near Port Murdoch, North Wales, by John Pringle. And unfortunately, I couldn't find the reproduction of this work. So it was hung on one side of the gun, and on the other side, it was Spring Flowers by Edward Lucas, which you can see here. And the Brighton Gazette, in its review of the exhibition, described the painting by Pringle as a quiet-toned, pleasing sketch. And the Lucas work they described as the flowers well drawn, but tumbled together in utmost confusion, which is kind of tumbled together. At the same time of Degas painting, the reviewer wrote, "The perfection of ugliness. The very disgusting novelty of the subject arrests attention. What there is to admire in it is the skill of the artist, not the subject itself." So at the time, most art critics in Britain still found the subject of Degas painting quite shocking. But Hill, nevertheless, was quite obviously impressed by this painting, and in 1877, he loaned this painting to Paris for the third Impressionist exhibition. And I would love to find some documents how they would send this painting to Paris and back, and all this would be interesting to look at logistics. It then later returned to Brighton and was included in Hill's posthumous sale in 1892, when it was purchased by Scottish art dealer Alex Reid for £180, 3 times more than each of the other Degas paintings in Hill's collection. Reid then sold it to the collector from Glasgow, Arthur Kay, and Kay then lent it to inaugural 1893 exhibition at the Grafton Gallery, where it was mistakenly catalogued as absinthe, and it cost another great rage of criticism, but that's another story. In spring 1877, he loaned 15 etchings by the French artists Messonnier, Gérôme, and Fortuny to the annual exhibition at the Royal Pavilion. And in February 1878, he exhibited at the Brighton Picture Gallery 20 paintings dominated by his favorite artists, British artist Philip Morris and French artist Marie Cousin. Hill owned 98 works by Marie Cousin, who exhibited at the Durand-Ruel Gallery in New Bond Street with some critical acclaim. Cousin studied in Paris with Juliette Bonneur, the sister of famous Rosa Bonneur, at the École de Dessin de Paris, and then with painter Cousin, whom she married in 1868. From late 1870 to 1875, they lived in England, and Marie also exhibited at the Royal Academy of Arts in 1874 and 1878. And examination of contemporary British newspaper and journal accounts of the various Society of French Artists exhibitions indicate that between 1870 and 1876, Hill bought from Durand-Ruel and Duchamp works by Adolphe Arts, Debuny, Bélanger, Breton, Dupré, Degas, Fontaine-Latour, Millet, Corot, and Pille. And it seems likely that he bought James Whistler's Nocturne in Blue and Gold in 1874-1875 from the same location. He also purchased 73 paintings by Jules Lissor directly from the artist, because Lissor was living close to Brighton in 1870s in Southwick. And in addition, Durand-Ruel's stock books in Paris show that on 26th of December 1873, he sold Captain Hill a painting by Émile Bénessy for 750 francs, and in 1876, a work by Theodore Rousseau and 3 by Corot. And intriguingly, this evidence implies that Hill made direct purchases from Paul Durand-Ruel in Paris, given that by 1876, Durand-Ruel was no longer trading on his own account in London. Hill also owned the first painting by Monet in Britain, which he bought from Durand-Ruel in Paris, not in London. Flavie very kindly sent me the following information about this painting from Durand-Ruel's archive. So this painting was purchased from Monet by Durand-Ruel in Paris on 11th of May 1872. It was engraved in Durand-Ruel's famous albums of his engraved pictures in 1873, and it was exhibited at Durand-Ruel Gallery in Paris in the second Deuxième Exposition de Peinture in April 1876 on the number 163. It wasn't exhibited at Durand-Ruel galleries in New York. And we also know that it was sold by Durand-Ruel in Paris before 1878 at unknown date to unknown person. But now we know that the unknown person was actually Henry Hill. One of the visitors to his gallery in Brighton, Alice Meynell, wrote an article about Hill's gallery in 1882, in which she described this painting as a charming garden scene by Mr. Monet, full of blossoms and spring feeling. A pretty delicate distance and a tender sky combined to make a most attractive picture. So this is quite important because I think for quite a long time we didn't really know that Hill owned the first painting by Monet in Britain. In his purchases, he often used advice from the British artists whose paintings he collected, especially Philip Morris. Hill owned 53 works by Morris. Hill remarked, "It is little use buying merrily what I like, but what I want to have, what I ought to like." and which, when I know something about, I shall find will be worth my liking. So he was quite open-minded to advice from the artists. And Morris also advised him on his purchase of Whistler. During Ruskin-Whistler court case, Morris wrote, "As Captain Hill and myself first introduced Mr. Whistler's pictures to the Brighton public in the exhibition of 1875, I must enter my protest against Mr. Ruskin's criticism, which appears to my judgment as most unjust, evidently written in ignorance of how very earnest a worker Mr. Whistler is." So, a self-made man, Hill acquired a fortune estimated at £259,500. In today's money, it would be over £26 million. And he became one of the wealthiest men in Brighton. As a Brighton town councillor representing Park Ward, he was involved in establishing the Brighton School of Science and Art, founded the winter exhibitions of modern art at the Royal Pavilion, and contributed to the development of Brighton's art gallery. He also donated a window to St. Peter's Church in Brighton. His involvement in artistic life in Brighton in the 1870s is hard to overestimate. However, in 1881, he suddenly resigned from the Fine Arts Subcommittee. The minutes read as follows: Captain Hill, having requested that his name should be withdrawn from the committee. And this news shocked the councillors, and following the Pavilion Committee meeting, a deputation had been sent to Hill to urge him to reconsider his decision. And the senior member of the Brighton Town Council announced, "I am inclined to think Captain Hill's retirement will prove a great loss to the picture gallery." This statement led to speculations that Captain Hill intended to leave his collection to Brighton Picture Gallery. There are reports that originally in his will, Hill consigned all the works in his collection to the gallery's trustees. However, there is no evidence of his intentions, and it is hard to say if he had a row with the trustees or retired because of his declining health. He died on 12th of April 1882, and one of the causes of his death was melancholia. According to the artist Frederick Leighton, Hill went mad in the end of his life. And upon his death, the Brighton Argus reported, "Mr. Hill took great pleasure in his collection, and he was always happy to receive any well-accredited stranger and give him permission to investigate his assemblage of art treasures. He will be remembered as a large-hearted and kind-hearted gentleman." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia, for that very warm portrait of Henry Hill. And as our final speaker, I'm very pleased to introduce Francis Fowle, who is Emeritus Professor of 19th Century Art at the University of Edinburgh. Francis previously held a personal chair in art history and was Senior Curator of French Art at the National Galleries of Scotland for over 20 years. As many of you will know, she's a great specialist in the history of collecting and in art market studies, and her extremely important publications include, the quick list, Impressionism in Scotland from 2008, Van Gogh's Twin, we've already seen it on a slide, on the Scottish art dealer Alexander Reid, the invaluable recent essay collection called Globalizing Impressionism, Resection, Translation and Transnationalism, published with Alexis Clark in 2020, and most recently, The Art Market and the Museum, co-edited with Mary Kate Cleary and published by Bloomsbury earlier this year. Francis's paper today is a contradictory collector, Sir Peter Coates' Impressionist Pictures in Context. Francis.
Thank you. Well, Sir Peter Coates is a very different collector from the ones we've been looking at, but it's always interesting to have these contrasts. I just want to thank Flavie Durand-Rel and also Daniel Smith for assistance with trying to identify the paintings that he bought.
and also Victoria Irvin of Paisley Museum. It's been, this is very much work in progress, as Andrew was saying, and I'm sure there's still lots more to be done. But I think Coates is more typical, perhaps, of the industrialist collectors that that Marianne Stevens was mentioning in the first session. And so it's quite interesting to have him as a contrast to the two we've just been looking at. So on the 25th of April, 1885, the Paisley thread manufacturer and philanthropist, Sir Peter Coates of Auchendrane, walked into Durand-Ruel's gallery in Paris and bought 6 Impressionist pictures for a total of 4,000 francs, which, as it turns out, was quite a bargain. They comprised 3 pastels of ballet dances by Edgar Degas and 3 landscapes by Camille Pissarro. And this one you've already seen in Flavie's talk. And this is, in fact, the only one that's been really securely identified up till now. It's the beautiful ballet dancers on stage. You can see it here in colour, now in the Dallas Museum of Art. In comparison to both Hill and Huth, I would say it's an unusually daring purchase, suggesting that Coates had an eye for the avant-garde. Degas adopts a close-up view of the stage, as if seen through opera glasses, perhaps from a box. The figures are cropped almost arbitrarily. Only the face of the foreground figure in yellow is properly visible, while others are merely glimpsed amidst a tangle of hands and arms. The dancers are also in costume, but viewed in the spotlight, which blanches their faces and transforms their sparkling tutus into a mélange of yellows, greens, blues, and oranges. So, clearly quite an unusual purchase at this time, still quite early, 1885. So I've tentatively identified the second Degas, which is listed in Durand-Ruel's stockbook as Danseuse Essai de Rideau, as this work. Again, they're all 3 pastels. This is now in a private collection, but again, it's an extraordinary, very complex work in some ways, in terms of composition, handling, and palette. And the dancers are almost kind of being squashed where the curtain is coming down. So it's intriguing again, this kind of this tangle of hands and arms and legs, and it actually takes quite a long time to work out what's going on. And I imagine it must have been really quite a sort of shocking purchase at the time, especially when you bear in mind the kind of things that Peter Coates generally collected, which I shall talk about in a minute. The third Degas is more complicated. Now, this was listed in the stockbook as Danseuse with 1 S, I understand, devant l'avant, although this I've still got to research. So it rightfully translates as dancer in the footlights. It was included possibly in Durand-Ruel's 1883 exhibition of Impressionist art at David Gallery in London, where it was catalogued simply as La Danseuse, you can see top right. Again, this is to be verified. But there's no trace of a danseuse devant la rampe in Lemoine's catalogue raisonné. There is, though, a small watercolour entitled Danseuse à la rampe in the Bram and Ref supplement, which you can see on the right here in black and white. This shows a prima ballerina holding a bouquet of flowers and taking a bow, and it relates very closely to the Danseuse au bouquet, now in the Musée d'Orsay, which I'm showing on the left. Now, this in turn became the model for a whole series of images produced by pastels and various other paintings produced by Degas of a prima ballerina taking a bow at the front of the stage. And so, therefore, I want to suggest that Peter Coates' Danseuse was this pastel on the left, listed by Lemoine as Danseuse sur la scène, and which found its way into Scotland, we know, by 1894. It was in the collection of another Glasgow industrialist, Sir William Burrell, and was reproduced in the Art Journal in that year as prima ballerina, La Première Danseuse, the Encore. Now, I previously conjectured that Burrell bought the picture through Alex Reid, who we've heard about already, the Scottish dealer, who set up his gallery in Glasgow in 1889, which was the year before Peter Coates' death. And I'm going to come back to this later on in the paper. But putting these 3 pastels together, the 2 left and right are remarkably similar in dimension. And they look actually quite good. And I think this is one of the things we need to think about. When a collector buys, they very often used to buy a group which would aesthetically work together when shown on the wall in their houses. So I feel quite satisfied with this combo. Anyway, we'll see what you think. The thing about it is that the subject is also very similar. It's unusual in a way to have a collection of 3 works by Degas which show performers in costume on stage, because he very much preferred painting dancers in the rehearsal room. And they're also very similar in terms of technique, format, dimensions, and palette. So I'm moving on now to the Pissarros. These are much more tricky. Coates bought 3 works with the following titles: L'Entrée d'Éragny, Effet de Neige, Vue de Bazancourt, and Route de Dieppe. I'm suggesting that these may be them. These have been problematic as well. Beginning with the Éragny snow effect, this immediately became very difficult to identify because before early 1885, Pissarro's only surviving views of the road leading into Éragny were painted in the spring and summer of 1884. And conversely, his distant views of Bazancourt were painted in snow. Taking into consideration the provenance of these works, as listed in the most recent catalogue raisonné by Joachim Pissarro and Claire Durand-Stollertz, I've found these 2 possible candidates, both snow scenes, both of which went through Durand and were brought back again around the time of Peter Coates' death. Again, the important thing, I think, is the aesthetic similarity between the 2, and one can imagine that Coates chose a 3rd landscape that harmonised with these 2. However, the final Pissarro, Route de Dieppe, has left me completely stumped. There seems to be nothing of that title even close to that, that sort of subject at this time, at this date, or prior to this date. Now, when Peter Coates acquired these 6 works, he was not, as one might expect, a young man with an established interest in the Barbizon school, if not full-blown Impressionism. By contrast, he was 76 years of age, had been semi-retired for 20 years, and as this paper will demonstrate, with remarkably conservative tastes in art. His favourite artist by far was Sir Joseph Noel Paton, and he had a distinct preference for genre paintings or works with a strong religious theme. So why did he make this extraordinary decision in 1885 to acquire this group of Impressionist pictures? What were the circumstances behind this incredible change of direction? In order to answer these questions, I first want to introduce Peter Coates himself and tell you a little bit about his background, both as an industrialist and a philanthropist, before going on to examine his art collecting in more depth. So Peter Coates, sorry, that's them all together, just to give you an idea. Peter Coates was born in Paisley in 1808. He was the 2nd son of James Coates, who, like his father before him, had begun life as a humble weaver in the Walnock area of Paisley, which was famous for the production of Paisley shawls. Peter was educated at Paisley Grammar School and, according to some accounts, also attended Glasgow University. Like all the Coateses, he was brought up in the Baptist faith and later joined the Scottish Presbyterian Church. Throughout his life, he was driven by a strong faith, and he even thought about studying for the ministry. However, he was persuaded by his father to join the family business. And so he trained as an accountant at John Fleming and Company, which is a firm of East India merchants based in Glasgow, and joined his father's business in 1830. His father, James Coates, you can see on the right, had recently diversified from producing shawls to manufacturing cotton thread, and had constructed a 3-storey cotton mill known as the Ferguson Mill, which began producing sewing thread in 1826. You can just see here, I don't know if you can see the red outline, this is the original factory. That gives you a sense of how this factory expanded over the course of the century. Peter Coates' older brother, James Jr., was in charge of production, while Peter became a financial controller and commercial expert. And in the year that he joined the business, James Sr. retired, and James and Peter formed the company of J&P Coates. They were soon joined by their brother Thomas, who was a mechanical engineer, and Andrew, who in 1839 moved to the USA and set up an office in New York with outlets right across the country, including New Orleans, of course, where Degas' family would end up as cotton brokers. All 4 were driven by a strong work ethic. A rich man never entered the kingdom of heaven, and that any gain in personal wealth had to be balanced by working for the public good. In 1856, therefore, he decided to step back from the business in order to, quote, devote his time to public activities in the town. He continued to work part-time for J&P Coates, but was effectively replaced by his oldest son, James, then aged 22, who took over the US operation, which was by then based in Rhode Island. Peter, meanwhile, devoted himself to art collecting, ornithology, and above all, philanthropic pursuits. He was one of the founding members in 1859 of the Society for the Education of the Blind in Paisley, He was also elected chair of the Paisley Society for the Reclamation of Fallen Women, which held its first annual meeting on the 12th of July 1862. Additionally, he supported the Paisley Infirmary and the Paisley Ragged and Industrial School, which offered free education and training to the destitute and neglected children of the town, as well as giving them a hot meal every day. Politically, like all the Coateses, he was a liberal. He believed passionately in social reform and supported the Representation of the People Act of 1868, which extended the right to vote to tradesmen such as joiners, painters, and engineers. Peter and his brother Thomas featured bottom right, you can see it circled there, in James Elder Christie's Paisley Cross, which celebrates Paisley as a liberal town. It includes not only representatives of the borough council, the church, and the professional classes, but also those who would have benefited from the new act. Peter and Thomas Coates, one of, or both of whom perhaps both commissioned painting, are shown in the open carriage, bottom right as you can see, and they've stopped their carriage to engage with passers-by. It seems like a rather sort of flamboyant kind of image of oneself, but he was by no means like that at all. So meanwhile, in parallel to his philanthropic activities, Peter Coates was taking an interest in art, and he became an active member of the Paisley Philosophical Society, which organised annual exhibitions in the Paisley School of Design. The first record of him lending to an exhibition is in 1858, when both he and Thomas lent works by British artists such as Richard Ansell, John Frederick Herring, and Joseph Neil Peyton. By 1861, Peter Coates's collection included upwards of 50 works, among them, quote, some of the finest productions of living artists, which he offered for exhibition at the Paisley School of Design that year. He also began lending works by contemporary Scottish artists such as Erskine Nicol and Horatio McCulloch to the Glasgow Institute for the Fine Arts, which had been established in 1860. It's difficult to know exactly what his collection consisted of in the 1860s, but his favourite artist was, without doubt, Noel Peyton, and his favourite painting was this, Christ bearing the cross, which he left to Paisley Museum on condition it would never be sold. The only other painting for which he made the same stipulation was Robert Hawke Dowling's Moses Viewing the Promised Land from Mount Nebo. These were extremely large paintings and on subjects that reflected Coates's deeply religious mindset. In general, however, these are not typical of his collection. His taste seems to have been for paintings, often with a strong narrative, such as these works by Barnard and Gesser, or paintings with a mildly satirical edge to them, such as these by Sickert. He also collected atmospheric landscapes by contemporary artists, both European, here's a couple of examples, and British. And here, these are slightly more kind of moving towards a more modernist take, let's say. And he had a selection of rather gruesome pictures featuring children here. So, I mean, very much Victorian taste. And although it seems rather gender biased, one does wonder whether his wife, Glorana, was involved in such purchases. The only work from the collection for which there is a firm purchase date is Noel Peyton's Oscar and the Elle Maids, which is this here. And again, this is a faintly titillating subject adapted from Norse mythology, which he bought from Doig, Mackenzie and Davis in Edinburgh in 1873 and lent it to the Royal Scottish Academy the following year. None of these purchases gives any indication that Peter Coates was interested in modern French art. By the 1870s, collectors with more advanced tastes, such as John McGavin or the Aberdeen collector John Forbes White, or some of the collectors who've been hearing about, were taking an interest in Corot and the Barbizon school, and some in the work of the Dutch Hague School, which were very popular in Scotland. And certainly in 1878, there was this big exhibition of mainly British, but also Barbizon and Hague School painting in Glasgow, which Peter Coates did not contribute to. And there's no indication that he even approved of such artists, although it has to be said that his second son, Archibald, built up, or did he inherit, an important collection of Barbizon paintings, which he lent to the Glasgow Institute in 1901, after Peter Coates' death. Having these kind of tastes aside, Peter Coates was interested in encouraging literacy and an appreciation of art among the people of Paisley. And to this end, in 1868, he offered to fund the construction of the Paisley Free Library and Museum. The building was designed in the Greek Revival style by the architect John Honeyman, and in 1869, Coates was knighted in recognition of his philanthropy. In addition to the museum, Coates was also involved in the establishment in 1876 of Paisley Art Institute, which organised annual exhibitions with the aim of, quote, educating public taste. The first president was the artist William Stewart, with Sir Peter Coates as honorary vice president. In addition to the museum, and following his wife's death in 1877, he commissioned a memorial church close to Auchendrane, his house, in her memory. And in 1880, he also commissioned Sir Joseph Noel Paton to create a life-size bronze head of Christ for the church. And Paton also produced another bronze, the Parting of the Ways, for a later extension to Paisley Museum, which Coates financed in 1881 to 2, and you can just see an example here. And just incidentally, I should tell you that Paisley Museum is being currently being involved in this massive refurbishment project, and it will be reopening to the public next year. So I hope you'll come along, because I'm sure none of you have visited. It has this very interesting collection. From around the state, however, Coates began suffering from bronchial problems, mainly asthma, and he was advised by his doctors to travel abroad to take the sun. So thereafter, he spent the winter months in Algiers, in an area known as Mustapha Superior, incidentally, where Monet was stationed in the early 1860s when he basically joined the war in Algiers. But by the time that, by 1880, or 1880 certainly, it was renowned for its health-giving climate and was also largely populated by British expatriates. And he rented a villa there. This is the area where, on the right, you can see the area which was largely inhabited by these British expats. And in fact, the villa that he acquired was so well known, was so splendid, that it's actually listed in the Practical Guide to Algiers by George Harris as this. It's actually the second on the list. It's described as the magnificent Compagnie du Sahel. And also there's a note that he erected the or financed the Scotch Presbyterian Church in Mustapha. And despite leading this obviously quite a comfortable lifestyle out there, he continued to combine philanthropy with his very strong devotion to the church. As he began to widen his horizons, he also began to develop his artistic tastes. And for one, he began to take a renewed interest in the Royal Glasgow Institute. And in 1880, he was invited to sit on their Fine Arts Committee. That year, he lent Noel Paton's Sir Galahad on the left, and a few years later, the Bloody Tryst, which actually ended up in his son James Coates's collection. On the surface, therefore, there was no immediate sign of a shift in taste. However, in 1882, he was elected president of the Royal Glasgow Institute, with the Greenock sugar refiner, James Duncan of Benmore, we've heard so much about, as vice president. And as Andrew Watson has explored in depth, Duncan was an important early collector of French art who'd been buying pictures from Durand-Ruel since the early 1870s, including works by Corot, Courbet, and his most spectacular purchase, The Death of Sardanapalus. He also had an enormous picture gallery, which you can see here, Benmore, with the gallery on the right, which was open to the public in the summer months. And interestingly enough, I think the last time it was open to the public was in 1883 or 4, was that right, Andrew? It was 84. So it's very close to the time that we're looking at, isn't it? Yeah. I think it can be no coincidence then, having Duncan on this committee with him, that for the first time that he actually went to visit Durand-Ruel in April 1882. And presumably he'd made that trip en route from Algiers to Scotland. There was a ferry service that ran to Marseille, and then he could have taken the train up to Paris. Certainly he stopped off for a few days in Paris and called in on Durand-Ruel. And on this occasion, first occasion, he made a fairly conservative acquisition, buying a painting by Gilbert, possibly this work, possibly not, for just over 2,000 francs. The following year, he returned to Durand-Ruel a little earlier, on the 15th of March, and acquired 2 works by the sculptor Barry for 200 francs each. And of course, bear in mind that in 1883, that year, Durand held no fewer than 5 solo exhibitions dedicated to the Impressionists at his gallery on the Boulevard de la Madeleine. So it's possible that Coates, when visiting, caught the tail end of the Monet exhibition. He may then have moved on to London and visited the large exhibition of 65 Impressionist pictures organised by Durand at Dowdeswells. And there he could have seen 11 works by Pissarro and 7 by Degas, possibly including the Danseuse that I've talked about already. Less than 2 months later, James Duncan himself was in Paris and visited an exhibition of works by Auguste Renoir at Durand-Wells, and as a result acquired Renoir's The Bay of Naples for 3,000 francs. But note he also bought a quite conventional work, the Bourgeois on the right, and also work by Boudin. So it was not unusual to kind of combine for Impressionism with also an existing taste for salon painting. But the question is, did he then invite Peter Coates to view his new purchase in the gallery at Ben Moor? So for some reason, possibly due to the death of his brother Thomas, it was another 2 years before Peter Coates would return to Durand-Wells gallery. Having initially made another conservative purchase, you can see on the right, Saint-Laurent's En route pour la pêche, he made this extraordinary purchase of the 6 Impressionist pictures. Again, bearing in mind the price, 4,000 French francs, which was really not a lot of money in comparison to the price being fetched by large salon paintings. So did James Duncan convince him to buy these pictures, or did he make the decision completely independently? Perhaps more importantly, once he took them back to Scotland, who was able to see them and what impact did this have? Now, among the first people who would have known Sir Peter's Impressionist pictures was the Glasgow retailer Thomas Glenarthur, already mentioned by Andrew. He was an important collector in his own right and a great admirer of Whistler. And in 1888, he married Peter Coates's eldest granddaughter, Elizabeth. Not only did he marry her in the antique drawing room at Auchendray, in Peter Coates's house, in Peter Coates's presence. So it's absolutely without doubt that he would have seen those pictures if they were hanging on the walls at Auchendray, where Peter Coates had then moved permanently. 4 years later, Arthur would become the next Scottish collector to acquire an Impressionist picture when he bought Degas at the Milliners for £800 from an exhibition entitled 7 Pictures by Degas and Others, organised by the dealer Alex Reid, who had set up his gallery in Glasgow in 1889. And one of the most striking things about this painting is the way that the mirror cuts the milliner in half, and this was something which was remarked on by the critics. This dramatic cropping in the painting of the curtain. Arthur's purchase, in turn, had an immediate impact on his own business partner, Arthur Kay, with what you heard mentioned, who bought, in the same month, February 1892, 2 further works by Degas, including the notorious L'Absinthe, or Café, which also came through Reid, and which, as Sally's already mentioned, was hissed when it appeared on the podium at Henry Hill's sale. Soon after, Andrew Maxwell, also mentioned by Andrew, and Andrew Kirkpatrick, both of whom served on the Fine Arts Committee of the Royal Glasgow Institute under Sir Peter Coates, acquired snow scenes by Sisley and Monet. Both of these had also been included in Alex Reid's exhibition. And in the next few years, others followed suit, including, most importantly, William Burrell, who acquired and later sold the Danseuse sur Seine on the right, and went on to acquire no fewer than 23 works by this artist. So moving on now, when Peter Coates died very soon after he purchased these pictures, he died in 1890, and a public funeral was held in Paisley. According to the Scotsman, on the day in question, the shops were all closed, traffic was entirely suspended. From many buildings, flags floated at half-mast, and thousands of the townspeople lined the streets. 5 months later, on the 12th of August 1890, J&P Coates floated on the stock market and was valued at £15 million, equivalent of around £2.45 billion today. And in fact, the company continued to expand, and by 1908, J&P Coates was listed as the 3rd biggest company in the world. So this is just to give you an idea of the enormous wealth that was being generated in Glasgow at this time, and with Paisley as the leading international centre for the production of sewing thread. Peter Coates would no doubt have been proud of the business's success, but he remained concerned to the end that any excess wealth should benefit the less fortunate members of society. While wintering in Algiers, he sent his annual cheque to the province of Paisley for the distribution of coal and clothing to the poor. At his death, at the age of 81, he left bequests to Paisley Infirmary, to the Paisley Ragged and Industrial School, the Paisley Female Benevolent Society, and the United Presbyterian Church. He also donated a large part of his collection to Paisley Museum and Art Gallery. Sadly, and somewhat mysteriously, this did not include the Impressionist pictures, which eventually found their way back to Durand. Despite this, however, his greatest art historical legacy may perhaps have been to inspire a whole generation of Scottish industrialists to take a serious interest in Impressionist art. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and if I can invite the other panellists to come and sit at the front, please, just for a round of questions before we go for lunch, that would be wonderful. Thank you all three for a really incredibly rich set of papers that I thought had lovely echoes across them and said interesting things about civic identity and class and so on. What I'd like to do now, though, is go straight over to the audience. Anybody has a question, if they could put their hands up, there is a roving mic.
Thanks, they were all really interesting papers. I was thinking about Whistler, who I think popped up in all three of the papers, and is of course so interesting kind of in this discussion more broadly. And my question was for Andrew. I think you mentioned that Huth owns 7 works by Whistler, including the Symphony in White and the portrait of Mrs. Huth, and what the other works were. Particularly thinking about 1872 as the date of the Degas dance foyer, and also the portrait of Mrs. Huth, and that question of whether or not the Huth's ownership of the dance foyer kind of reflects what that says about his sensibility more broadly. So I was thinking, because 1872 is so interesting in Whistler's career, whether the other works kind of extended beyond, into Whistler kind of painting the nocturnes and his own increasingly kind of avant-garde development, or whether those other works that Huth owned were from the earlier stage in Whistler's career.
I wondered if someone might ask that question. I don't have immediate recall of every single one, because some of them are drawings I've only just recently looked at. He did buy in 1871 a London scene, quite a grey tonality, and continued to buy quite expressive work, so probably along the same lines as the ones that Peter Coates bought from Degas, some very highly coloured pastels that Whistler did in the 1880s, and they're very interesting. I'm not a Whistler expert, I have to confess, but they are interesting as a body of work, and they represent Whistler in different phases of his development, certainly. And as we know, Whistler was a major player in introducing Fontaine and other artists, and no doubt Degas to Huth as well. He would have discussed those artists, certainly.
Can I just add? Can I also want to add to that Whistler was very popular among Scottish collectors. He was promoted by Alex Reid, and in fact he's always described as the godfather to Alex Reid's son, McNeill Reid. And so there was, I think, really honestly, he was collected all over Britain, and I think very often British collectors and the British public associated Impressionism with Whistler, and I think he had a huge impact on British artists generally, didn't he? It's kind of, he was invited to the first Impressionist exhibition. It's only kind of, circumstantially he moved and now he didn't participate in that.
And just to add, Hugh owned 4 paintings by Whistler as well.
Marianne had her hand up earlier.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's fascinating, all 3. Huge amount. Was 2 questions. Marie Cazin's reception, she gets into the Royal Academy, but the Pissarro and Monet don't, which I think is quite interesting because we're dealing with exactly the same period. So there's something about her that was not quite as edgy as difficult. That was just a comment that I would be interested to learn more about her. But the other point is this crossover with Whistler. And insofar as when you're looking at the way, going back to what we were talking about earlier, how Impressionism is understood in the UK, the whole way in which you make the transition from Whistler being an Impressionist, with Sickert observing this, but also then shifting sideways and basically disowning that association and basically claiming a different sort of Impressionism. And then you get into the full pamphlet. So I think, just to put your finger on it, it's this very complicated sort of negotiation as you move through, trying to come to terms with a style which doesn't immediately lend itself to instantly enable who you attach to it with clarity.
Shall I start discussing? I think her paintings, well, the ones I've seen, were much more palatable to British taste than a lot of Impressionists, because they were much closer to Barbizon artists rather than Impressionists, I think, in terms of style. So that may explain why Royal Academy was a bit more open-minded about her work. Also, of course, she lived in England for quite a while, so she was probably much closer to British establishment. She had a lot of, she was well connected, as far as I can see. And that's probably why also Hill was buying all her works, because they lived also in Sussex and he knew them well, cousin and her husband. So I'm not saying that the paintings were not good enough for him to buy, but it seemed to matter for Hill to know artists personally to start buying works from them. But yes, that's just my.
Durand Ruel also sold quite a number of Kazans to John Forbes White, the Aberdeen collector. One or two, we haven't tracked them down yet, but so that's something that features in the around 1874, 1875.
The only thing I'd add with the mention of Sickert, who I'll talk about after lunch, is it's also interesting in terms of the blurriness of Impressionism. The other big influence, of course, is Bastien Lepage, and the kind of so much of the New English art club are responding to French naturalism, and the boundary between what is naturalism and Impressionism in these landscape paintings is also very contentious and adds, I think, to the sort of definitional multiplicity that you were alluding to.
I think it's even negative because Bastien Lepage is also often described as an Impressionist by critics. It's sort of, yeah.
And profoundly influenced by Bastien Lepage, so it's a much murkier kind of terrain. There is a hand back there, sorry. A couple of hands actually. Leslie, please do.
Just add a word? I mean, we go back and forth all the time, but Kazan, indeed, Robert sold Kazan. And interestingly enough, I didn't mention Whistler, but Whistler, so interesting because Paul Durand remembers in his memoir, I then had the good luck to meet Whistler, who was drawn by the popularity of my shows and gave me a number of his paintings, one after another, to show at Rue Lafitte in Paris, including some of his most famous works, such as the Portrait de sa mère, portrait of the artist's mother, which is the portrait of Carlyle. But then Durand follows and says, I became his agent in Paris and was charged with submitting his works to the various salons. Although artists and a few connoisseurs admired his works, they were too fine and too lofty to be understood, and I never managed to sell a single one. So Kazan works, Whistler doesn't work in France. I mean, it's so interesting. As you said earlier, that the British watercolorists were the first to be exhibited by Durand Ruel in the gallery. And then Constable is defended by Durand Ruel. And the Barbizon school comes as a legacy of Constable landscapes. Then you have Sisley, Pissarro, you have these watery landscapes, just as Kazan, Corot. And then you have a huge gap to go to Monet, Degas, and Pissarro.
There were two questions in the aisle there.
Marvellous papers. This is a question for Francis. Does Le Gros have a part to play in the Paisley story?
From the point of view of the artist, not so much the... Well, yes, actually, no, there were collectors that bought Le Gros, especially his etchings. I'm thinking of Leonard Gangs, a slightly later collector, who had an enormous collection of Le Gros. But obviously he was also important in that he taught at the Slade, and a lot of the artists went down London, and in particular William McGregor, and then brought that kind of training back to Scotland. So I think he was, tangentially quite very important.
He also taught, if I can just add on Le Gros, he taught in an international school up in Aberdeen, and he also did classes in Glasgow and met the Glasgow dealer Cravey Angus, where he would often do portraits in front of an audience. So he was well connected in Scotland.
He was in Cravey Angus.
Yeah.
The comment was made earlier that the majority of the first generation, so to speak, of British collectors didn't hold on to the paintings. Is there any indication as to their motive? For example, industrialists, they were capitalists. Is there any indication that they were sold the paintings because it was they were persuaded it was going to be a good investment for the future?
Well, that's an interesting question. Can I answer that? Because Peter Coates really did not believe in speculation. I'm just talking from his point of view, because and he actually owned Frith's. Oh God, I can't remember the title now. It was a series of satirical drawings about basically about the kind of the evil of people who invested in speculative enterprises, and the fate of the speculator is to end up in prison eventually. So he didn't. But I think it's interesting you say it, 'cause I mean there certainly are examples of collectors doing that. I mean I'm trying to think of a British collector that did it. They often bought and sold, and they refreshed their collections. But someone like surprisingly Bertha Palmer, who's an American collector, she bought and sold very quickly her Monets. She owned lots and lots of Monets, and so often would do it. Oh, and I can think of another. Actually, I can think of a very good example from the 1840s, 50s in Britain. There was a man called Joseph Gillett, who was a collector. Do you know him? Yeah. And he was basically almost like a collector dealer, and speculated and actually used dealers to help him buy and sell, and often didn't even see the pictures. He just did. So it was a racket. It was written about a lot in the Art Journal at the time.
On the point about rapidity, sorry, as if anyone else wants to come in, I also was interested thinking about the strategic use of collections, how quickly these things are bought and exhibited. Now, you kind of tie that very much to educational projects and about sort of civic identity building and so on, but I wonder whether you could say something about how far collecting is being used in order to kind of create social position for these people, and how it's tied to legacy building, and how far their names are part of the endowments, because as you say, the collections are lost, but in other ways, these kind of institutions live on, and I just am interested in the currency of the pictures in terms of how they build power. You look at the size of these houses and these galleries, and there's clearly an amazing amount of self-confidence and cultural belief here. So yeah, something about legacy, I guess.
Yeah, I think in terms of Hill, I think his main intention was educational rather than anything else. He never sold any paintings in his lifetime. He didn't have to, I suppose. What he was much more interested in is lending them to exhibitions and showing them as widely as possible. And the other thing is why there are so many speculations that he should have given his collection to the Brighton Museum, which would have been wonderful, of course. But as I said, we don't have any evidence that he ever intended to. And of course, most of his collection was sold by Christie's after his death. But it certainly wasn't his intention. But I don't know about others.
Yeah, I can probably speak about James Duncan a wee bit more confidently than Huth. I don't have much evidence on that issue, but certainly Duncan is a very interesting collector in the sense that it was always his aim to leave his collection to the nation, and he invited members of the public, not just the select few, which was much more common among collectors of his generation, to view his pictures from 1881 to 1884. And in the first year alone, almost 4,000 people flooded his gallery, where they would have seen the Renoir, the Delacroix, and all the other pictures, some 350 of them. And he was a very public-minded man, and as part of his tragic story, he wasn't able to leave it to the nation, but it was always part of his intention to do so. So he's an exception, I would say, and he certainly didn't collect for speculative reasons.
I suppose the example would be someone like Sir William Burrell, who, I mentioned Burrell in my talk, and he always intended, well, he didn't always intend, but latterly he intended to leave his collection. And he actually he built up a collection of, depends on what you read, either 8,000 or 9,000 objects. And he had a really important collection of Impressionist art, but he also collected Islamic art, mostly medieval art. He also had a huge collection of 2,000 Chinese objects, etc., etc. And he left money. He left money for a gallery to be built. But it's funny how that not many British collectors seem to have done that. It seems very much a thing in America, but it's not really a kind of British thing. It seems, and there was this whole idea of, yes, you give your collection maybe to an art gallery, or you perhaps help to endow a museum, but you don't necessarily do it in an ostentatious way. I think philanthropy was tied into this sort of sense of, certainly in Scotland anyway, the sense of not showing off, do you think? I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And educating, very much to do with education. And Courtauld was the same, he wanted to educate too, didn't he? So,
Wonderful. I'm conscious we're at 1:30 and it's probably time to break for lunch. Natalia, can you remind us, we'll be meeting again, is it 2:45? I think. To bring on the spot.
Yes, so we are meeting here, at 2:45. We have lunch provided just for speakers, I'm very sorry. But we do have a cafe upstairs. We do have limited range, but there are also several places just outside the Courtauld. So it's plenty of time. I hope you will have a nice break, and please come back. There are plenty more beautiful, fascinating papers to come. Thank you.
And please join me in thanking our speakers.
Good afternoon and welcome back. It's wonderful to simulate everyone in the chair. It's always a good sign. I don't need to introduce myself because I've been introduced, so that's fine. We are now opening up the two sessions for this afternoon. The first is devoted to this very interesting category of artists who also collected in the area of Impressionism, and their motives, their interests, their friendships, patterns, and so on, I'm sure, are going to be explored very extensively by Elaine, our two speakers, Elaine and Art. So first of all, we're going to have Elaine talking about Sargent. I got that right. Second chair. About John Singer Sargent. And just as a quick introduction to Elaine, Elaine probably is somebody who is well known to you because of her extraordinary work on John Singer Sargent, the artist, in relation to catalogue raisonnés, both works on paper and also paintings, and many, many exhibitions which have involved various manifestations of John Singer Sargent. Perhaps the most important thing to note is that she has recently, or most recently, been working on Sargent in Spain, and has written, obviously, and lectured internationally on the artist and related subjects. So, Elaine, over to you.
This is a photograph of Sargent seated, Monet behind him, their friend Paul Eluard and Paul Eluard's young wife in Paris at the Exposition Universelle in 1889. This is Sargent's rather sober portrait of Claude Monet, probably painted in France in 1887. It was exhibited here in London at the New Gallery in 1888 and sent to the National Academy of Design, New York in 1897 as the artist's diploma picture. It embodies really Sargent's trilateral points of reference, geographically, culturally, artistically. Impressionism is very immediate and personal for Sargent. Vernon Lee recalls Sargent's describing himself as, Vernon Lee the writer, his friend, as an impressionist and an intransigeant. And his boldness led critics to label him as an impressionist in that sort of portmanteau way. Sargent exhibited at the Salon and in other venues,
small venues, Cercle and Georges Petit, but essentially at the Salon, that's where he felt the reputation was to be made. In that sense, he's like Manet. Sargent frequently is linked to Manet in the French press and regarded as a potential sort of successor. Sargent and his family arrived in Paris to begin his artistic studies on the 16th of May, 1874, missing the first Impressionist exhibition by a single day. But he was studying and working in Paris throughout the span of the following 7 exhibitions. This is Sargent's copy of Degas' L'Étoile, ballet at the time, which was one of 10 works which Degas showed at the 3rd Impressionist exhibition in 1877. The actual pastel is part of the Gustave Caillebotte bequest and is at the Musée d'Orsay, and it's a kind of indication of Sargent's interest in Degas' kind of compositional inventiveness. Edward Manet had died on the 13th of April, 1883. A Manet retrospective, which Sargent greatly admired, was held at the École des Beaux-Arts from the 6th to the 28th of January, 1884. Charlotte said, "The most interesting thing in Paris now is Manet's exhibition. It is altogether delightful." At the Roi Manet, which was held at the Hotel Drouot on the 4th and 5th of February 1884, Sargent bought an oil study for part of Le Balcon, a portrait of the violinist Fanny Claus, for 580 French francs. The study is now in the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford. The finished oil of 1868-69 was bought by the independently wealthy artist and patron Gustave Caillebotte. It was one of the paintings for by Manet, bequeathed by Caillebotte to the French National Collection in 1896, as was the little Degas pastel we just saw. On 5th of January 1885, Sargent and Monet were among the 150 friends and supporters of Edouard Manet who attended a banquet organized by the French journalist and politician Antonin Proust in Manet's memory. It was timed to coincide with the anniversary of the exhibition of Manet's work. Among the other attendees were the writers Stéphane Mallarmé, Émile Zola, the art critic Zachary Astruc, Philippe Berthier, Louis de Foucault, I mean, one can go on, Paul Duan-Ruel, Emmanuel Chabrier, and artists from across the spectrum, including Jean Burot, Albert Bénard, Jean-Charles Cazin, Edgar Degas, Ernst Duez, Henri Fantin-Latour, etc., etc., Gervex, Renoir, Rodin, Alfred Robb, and Alfred Stevens. I think that Sargent is the only, well, Alfred Stevens is Belgian, the only sort of American attendee. And this is Sargent Claude Monet painting by the edge of the wood, 1885, painted at Giverny. We know, unlike the little profile, we know the date of this picture almost certainly because we can see what what Monet is painting. It is Pré à Giverny, and although it's a very small, slight sketch, it has acquired an art historical significance because it shows Manet engaged in capturing the visual experience, painting sur le motif and en plein air. Sargent signed off a letter to his friend and neighbour, Ernest and Duez, in 1886, by saying that his, Duez, kind words had given him as much pleasure as a Monet or an inheritance. It's interesting that a painting by Monet is shorthand between them, between the two artists and friends, for the thing most to be desired, the touchstone. Sargent expressed a desire to buy a Monet in the early autumn of that year, writing to Paul Duran-Ruel from Russell House, Broadway, where he was working on Carnation, Lily, Lily, Rose, and indicating that he was willing to loan a sculpture he owned by the French academic sculptor Jean-Alexandre Joseph Farguière. to an exhibition the French dealer was organizing in New York, only if he could exchange it for Monet's Maison de Jardinier, a study of part of Francesco Moreno's garden at Bordighera on the Italian Riviera. And it's very helpful that Sargent does a little sketch for us. Sargent was persistent, eventually acquiring the Mediterranean garden scene, which he described as 2 houses amid orange and lemon trees in 1891. In the meantime, he had bought 3 works by Monet, the first 2 in 1887. This is Benacourt, a kind of square format spring landscape in which the little village in the Ile-de-France is seen through a wintry line of trees, almost bare of leaves. It was purchased directly from Monet. Vague à la Manipour, on the left of the screen, is an extremely freely painted study of the largest, most spectacular and most inaccessible of the 3 great limestone portals at Étretat on the Normandy coast. The dramatic lands and seascapes and the shifting light drew artists like Eugène Boudin and most notably Gustave Courbet, who painted at least 14 cliff studies and over 20 seascapes in the area. And that is Courbet's La Falaise d'Étretat après l'orage of 1870, which is in the Musée d'Orsay in Paris. The monumental arches of Étretat have entered the canonical imagery of 19th century French art. They have a meaning for artists of the period. The letter Sargent wrote to Manet about his new acquisition implies that Monet was not altogether happy with the picture, possibly regarding it as unfinished. The letter also breathes Sargent's wonder and delight. I can hardly tear myself away from your delightful picture, for which, in inverted commas, you do not share my enthusiasm. What nonsense! To tell you again how much I admire it, I could stay gazing at it for hours on end, in a state of sensuous abandon, or enchantment if you prefer. I am thrilled to have something that gives me such joy in my house. The tone of Sargent's letters to Monet are often like this, full of excitement and veneration, really. He really does revere Monet. Sargent kept Vague à la Manipour and Maison de Jardinier until the end of his life. Two years later, Sargent bought a figure study that's unusual in Monet's oeuvre. It's called Paysage avec figure in Giverny, a study of Monet's blended family of children and stepchildren. He bought it from Boussole-Valadin & Co. in 1889, but it was taken back by Monet in 1891. Here's Sargent again in 1899. I'm still haunted by the memory of your most recent paintings, full of unfathomable things. Do not hold it against me if I exclaim loudly at the merest trifle when I return to your studio. I am fully aware that your work at the moment is surpassing that of all others and nearing perfection. He really does, he really does go for it. He's full of awe and wonder. As a contrast, Duran-Roel's inventory of Monet's studio, there's 1931 Inventaire Duran-Roel, lists a single small canvas by Sargent in Monet's collection, hanging in petit pièce au fond du couloir, so, in a small room at the end of a corridor, so not really hung to advantage. It's described as Le Peintre and is likely to have been a self-portrait, probably given to Monet as a gift. It is at present untraced. Sargent bought the Manet and the Monets, but he bought them because they were works by his heroes. Most of the works in his collection were part of a sort of a culture of artistic exchange. This is Ernst and Duez, to whom Sargent was very friendly. They were neighbours. Sargent painted a small portrait of his wife, who was a singer. Music is very often a link in Sargent's artistic circles. And the couple also owned an exquisite watercolour study of Madame Pierre Gautreau, the famous Madame X, which is now in the Fog in Harvard. This portrait is interesting as a testament to the friendship between the two artists. But the flower imagery is interesting because Duer painted a lot of flower paintings, and Sargent did own one. Artists were bound together by artistic sympathy, by an intricate network of friendships and associations. Sargent was a member of an informal group called La Bande, created around 1875 and centred around Bastien-Lepage. Sargent also owned a fishing scene by Bastien-Lepage. And these things were, they were just studies that the artists would give one to another. Albert Edelfelt, the Finnish painter, Sargent inscribed a little Capri scene to him, and also a study of a young model. This is Rodin. In the spirit of artistic exchange, Sargent painted this in 1884, and there was a plan that Rodin would do a bust of Sargent. Sargent was never very keen to be represented in paint or bronze or whatever. So Rodin gave a statuette to Sargent, probably instead of the bust he planned to do. The bronze torso, St. John the Baptist, is inscribed on the base, J. Sargent, affectueux admirateur et Rodin. That's also in the Fog, by the way. Sargent was embedded in the artistic life of Paris. He wasn't like an American in Paris. He spoke French fluently, he read French literature. French was probably his first language. He was introduced to the illuminati of the French avant-garde literary and theatrical world. This is Georges Charpentier, publisher of naturalist writers like Gautier, Victor Hugo, Zola, Flaubert, de Maupassant, and he established a magazine in, I think it's 1879, it's not in front of me here, and the little drawing after El Jaleo, Sargent's amazing picture, which was at the Salon in 1882. A great, defiant, technically defiant and flagrantly sketchy work of art to go at the Salon. It's very transgressive work because it's painted on a huge scale, and yet the subject is kind of an underclass, and it's also painted in this, Henry James said it was like a giant memorandum or sketch, but in fact it was a great success. Sargent's cultural and linguistic fluency, a confidence in several languages, and a wide range of contacts in France, England, and America made it possible for him to draw people together in creative ways. We catch glimpses of him at the nexus of interesting relationships between artist and patron collector. He was the portraitist of choice to several collectors whose collecting interest leans towards the avant-garde. She was called Mary Groot Manson, a leading East Coast of America suffragist. Sargent also seems to have played an informal role in advising Manson or acting for him. Inevitably, Sargent promoted his own enthusiasms. Manet owned a pastel portrait by Manet, Femme de la Fleur de Face, which Sargent apparently purchased for him. He liaised with Monet about a painting that Manson purchased at the Monet-Rodin retrospective, which was held at the Galerie Georges Petit in 1889, sending Manet's cheque for 4,000 francs and explaining the arrangements for delivery. Sargent spent a good deal of time in France in 1889, serving on the Salon jury, painting studies of the Japanese dancers at the Exposition Universelle, and visiting Monet at Giverny. He returned to Paris from Giverny on the day of the formal opening of the Monet Rodin retrospective, regretting that he'd missed the opportunity to be of any service to him, as he only saw Antonin, Proust from a distance, showing the politician Carnot around. Besides, it was probably too late to do anything for you. He seems to have made several visits to the retrospective, accompanied on at least one occasion by a collector. I went to see your exhibition today with an American who offered Petit 6,000 francs for the beautiful Dame of the Creuse and the Opale of Antibes. Neither of these works have been identified at present. He was very alert to the art market as it affected Monet. I'm sorry you're so unhappy about the exhibition, which has, after all, done you an enormous amount of good, and I cannot believe that you and Petit have not made money from it. This is Elizabeth Fairchild and her on the left, and her daughter Sally or Sati Fairchild with the veil on the right. Sargent established a friendship with the family of Charles Fairchild, a Boston banker who looked after some of the artist's financial interest. Sargent painted several members of the Fairchild family. This is Elizabeth Fairchild here in 1887. The veil study, painted in America in 1890, as I've said, is of Sally. Sargent had said to her about wanting to paint like a Monet he has seen at the Boston dealer, Dole and Richards on Tremont Street. This is Lucia Fairchild speaking, he, sketching Sati this morning, said he should like to do her just the way the sky of the Monet at Dole's was done. Very good for one, that, he said, and then went on saying how painting portraits especially, one got into a sort of way, like handwriting, you know, capital letters and that sort of thing. It's very good for one to get away from it once in a while, etc. Later he mentioned Whistler as being remarkably free from anything like that. Boston collectors had shown an early interest and sympathy towards Impressionist painting, especially Monet. Sargent had visited Giverny with Elizabeth Fairchild in 1889. This is Elizabeth Fairchild. She was so captivated by what she saw that she could not make up her mind what to buy. Sargent told Monet, I insisted on the view of the sea from the top of a cliff with the shadow of clouds, and she reserved it. She apparently returned to Drouin and took Les Meules instead. This is again, it's very helpful drawing in his letters, one of those grateful. And there's the picture itself. Though the Fairchilds almost certainly purchased the picture Sargent had recommended, probably Sur la Falaise, a Pourville, from Drouin-Rouelle in 1891, so she got both in the end. This is Monet's Valley of the Creuse, Grey Day, 1889, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. Sargent wrote to his friend Isabella Stewart Gardner from England about the sale of Theodore Douret's collections in Paris in 1894, saying that there were some beautiful Manets and also a famous old picture of Monet, Les Dindons Blancs, which is exquisite. I have no idea what it would fetch, but 8 or 1,000 francs might get it, to judge by his present prices. Mrs. Gardner did not acquire the painting, which is now in the Musée d'Orsay. See, he's always advising people, always trying to connect, artist and collector. Monet believed that Sargent's championing his work played a role in creating a marketplace painting in America. Towards the end of his life, Monet told the American artist Robert Henry Love that this picture and other purchases, in inverted commas, other purchases of his work made by the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, at this period, were among the first of his paintings bought by any museum, and that these had been bought by the museum through the influence of John Singer Sargent. It was the painter, collector and scholar Denman Waldo Ross who bought this painting and presented it to the museum. But Sargent's position in Boston, his relationship with collectors and his advocacy of Monet's work may have created a sympathetic and positive environment. In an article about Impressionism and American collectors, Hans Huth noted, perhaps we might also expect valuable information from letters American exchange with Sargent. The special interest shown in Manet might have something to do with Sargent's high admiration for this master, especially since we know that Sargent spent the winter of 1887-8 and again the summer of 1890 in this country, he means America. Mark Elder believed that Sargent's admiration of Monet's La Creuse series encouraged his fellow American to acquire these pictures. All I can say is I do hope these letters emerge at some point. It would be nice to know more. In June 1885, what was a transitional period for Sargent, as he oscillated between Paris and London, he'd not yet quite committed to moving to London. He went with the artist Georges Junio to see Manet's widow at her house in Gennevilliers and saw Olympia hanging in pride of place over the piano. Mary Cassatt wrote to Camille Pissarro, Monsieur Eugène Manet told me that an American had wished to buy the picture, and it was to prevent its leaving France that the subscription was opened. I wish it had gone to America. Cassatt had been invited by Degas to contribute to the fourth Impressionist exhibition in 1879. She was the only American to exhibit with the group, and she had a distinctive set of loyalties to the movement and to her country. Sargent's involvement in the Olympia subscription indicates that even though he moved from Paris in 1886, he was very much still part of French cultural life. It was Monet who took responsibility for the administrative load. He virtually gave up painting for 6 or 7 months to devote himself to the prep project, and it was he who liaised with the museum authorities. He did the sort of institutional work. But Sargent used his artistic network to secure donations. He seems to have been active in getting contributions of the artists Baldini, Alfred Roll, and the critic and collector Theodore Duret, for example. He mediated between Princess Shea, Montbéliard, later Princess de Polignac, heiress to the singer sewing machine fortune, and Monet with regard to payment for a Monet he was buying on Norvégienne, and her donation to the subscription fund. Sargent shared musical tastes with her, notably Fauré and Wagner, and painted a full-length portrait of her in 1889, so at the time of the subscription. The Princess was a passionate admirer of Manet. She owned, for example, La Lecture, now in the Musée d'Orsay, 1865, and she contributed the single largest sum to the Olympia subscription, 2,000 francs. Now, I make a mistake in the catalogue resume because I say that Sargent bought Le Balcon and this beautiful watercolour of irises at Le Von Manet. In fact, I am wrong. It was in Le Von Manet, but it was bought by Durand Ruel. However, it was given to Sargent in 1923, so very late, by Nödler and Co. in New York, who were the closest thing that Sargent had to a dealer. And he writes about it. It's a very pretty watercolour of irises in a letter to Paul Eller. Now, this is my little coda. I'm very conscious that there's very little about British collection in this talk. This, however, is a Corot. It was given by Corot to the artist Alfred Rubel, who was the first collector of Corot, first cataloguer of Corot's works, and then to Paul Arthur Cherami, writer and lawyer. It was later acquired, and Francis and Andrew will know all about this, by James Stouts Forbes, the British, indeed the Aberdonian collector, and Sargent bought it from him. Probably not directly, there was probably one stage in between the two things. James Stutz Forbes was a great collector of Dutch art, of Barbizon art, of Corot, and he owned several whistlers. So I think it's quite nice to end with something that is at least from a British collection.
Thank you very much, Elaine. I don't think we should apologize at all about not having enough to do with collectors. The point that you really brought out, which I think is so important in relation to artists engaging with Impressionism, is that two-way relationship and why certain artists choose certain fellow artists to support in terms of the Impressionists. So thank you very much. Our next paper is about Sickert, British, German background, and it's been given by Tom Stammers, who has already introduced himself this morning, but I will just quickly resume. He's reader of art and cultural history at the Courtauld Institute, co-leader of the new MA in art and business. In his first book, The Purchase of the Past, Cultures of Collecting, in post-revolutionary Paris, 1790 to 1890, was published in 2020. He was a co-investigator on the major AHRC project, Jewish Country Houses, Objects, Networks, People, 2019 to 2024. Again, obviously, abutting onto the history of collecting. Tom has published widely on French history, the art of collecting, the art market, museums and heritage politics, and contributes regularly to publications including Apollo and the London Review of Books. Over to you, to Sargent.
Thank you, Marianne, and thank you, the organisers, again. And I should say, I know that there are people in the room who are far more expert on Sickert than me, so please be kind, and I really welcome any corrections and comments afterwards. So I want to start with a very familiar painting. Degas' haunting silhouette, Woman at the Window, was acquired by Walter Sickert around 1900 from Durand Ruel, and today hangs at the Courtauld. Yet in his early history of the Institute, Douglas Cooper insisted that Sickert's role in the reception of Impressionism had been vastly overblown. A farceur of unreasonable and ineffectual views, Cooper asserted that Sickert's purchase of modern French art was atypical, extremely short-lived, and he concludes that after 1899, he never collected again. Certainly, Sickert was not a collector in the mould of his hero Degas. In his famous essay about their first meeting, published in 1917, Sickert gave only the sketchiest account of the contents of Degas' studio on the Rue Victor Messier, where visitors were obliged to weave their way through, quote, a forest of easels laden with canvases by Ingres and Corot. But the accumulated riches clearly stayed on his mind. In his abundantly annotated copy of Paul Jameau's Life of Degas, Sickert put a cross next to passages which underscored the significance of the collection for Degas' identity as an artist. What at first seemed like disorder, in fact revealed a secret logic, a complex record of friendships and inspirations. Sickert traced those connections and cross-references through the extensive marginal notes that he added to multiple books here in the Courtauld Library. So for this paper, I'm going to draw on this underused resource, which is Sickert's marginalia. Never been studied as a subject in itself, and I'm only going to touch on it briefly today. But this is preserved in several books, not just the Jameau, which is kept in Courtauld's special collections. These volumes were all given, it's an amazing resource for Sickert scholars out there, they were all given in 1946 by Mrs. Alfred Powell. Now that's Louise Powell, who is the daughter of Sickert's final companion, Thérèse Lesaur, and she also oversaw the Sickert's Trust after the Second World War, and I'm grateful to Emma Davis for putting me on to the Lesaur connection. The books on Ingres, Delacroix and Millet, among others, provide unfamiliar biographical details as well as Sickert's memories of French acquaintances and his views on contemporary collecting practices. If Cooper is right, that Sickert never collected on a grand scale, The explanation was both financial, as we shall see, but also temperamental. He was far more attached to owning reproductions of the masters he loved, picked up cheaply in second-hand shops, like his set of Tintoretto engravings from the Tottenham Court Road, than in obtaining original works. In contrast to the paintings produced by his father and his grandfather, heirlooms which he kept his whole life, which are now in Islington, and which he publicly exhibited in 1922, Sickert acquired hardly anything by or from his contemporaries. Nor did he keep any of his own canvases, for according to early biographer Robert Emmons, to live with one's own pictures he regarded as a form of incest. At the time of his death in 1942, Sickert's modest home in Bath contained just a few Victorian lithographs, views of Venice, and 6 little plasters by that splendid sculptor from the July monarchy, Dantin Le Jeune. Yet to say that Sickert did not collect at all would be a half-truth. He was an incurable acquirer of studio spaces, which he plastered with printed matter and faded photographs. According to his pupil Marjorie Lilly, Sickert decorated his studio on Fitzroy Street, known as the Frith, after the former occupant and painter of Derby Day, with, quote, strange or banal objects conjured from heaven knows where. Junk shops were his particular weakness, she continues. He would find all sorts of excitement there, especially pictures that no one else wanted. Then he would drag a dusty trophy back in triumph to the Frith, spend hours cleaning it and amusing himself with the notion that it might be a Delacroix or a Rubens, playing his favourite game of Let's Pretend. After indulging in blissful fantasies about it for several days, holding forth brilliantly on its merits, he had almost talked himself into believing it was the real thing, but not quite. If Sickert briefly became a collector of a very different order, he owed the fact overwhelmingly to his first wife, Ellen Millicent Cobden, who was 12 years his senior. Without her resources and her passion, Sickert would never have come to buy Impressionist pictures, nor even have become a professional artist. In his fine biography, Matthew Sturgis argues that it was no coincidence that Sickert's proposal to Ellen in autumn 1881 coincided with his decision to enrol at the Slade, marking an end to several frustrating years on the stage. Now, Ellen belonged to an exceptional family. Her father, Richard Cobden, was the great tribune for free trade in Victorian Britain, combining political economy with a host of liberal and humanitarian causes. His early death, followed by that of his wife Kate in 1877, left 5 daughters with a substantial inheritance, a house in York Place, and an unusual degree of independence. Sickert was entranced by each of them, and indeed he used to tease his friends that they might all be his beloveds. Ellen's 3 sisters went on to become passionate activists for women's suffrage, Irish Home Rule, anti-imperialism, and the alleviation of poverty in London. If Annie launched the Doves Press with her barrister and bookbinder husband, T.J. Sanderson, an initiative that reflected her closeness to William Morris, and that's Jane Morris on holiday with her in 1881. So one sister launches the Doves Press. Sister Jane married the progressive publisher Thomas Fisher Unwin and was one of only 2 women elected to serve on London County Council in 1889. She did not entirely approve of Sickert. Quote, Nellie ought to have gone in for a cabinet minister, she remarked on hearing of their engagement. But she did care about painting. In addition to Fisher Unwin's art publishing, some of which Sickert owned or indeed wrote for, Jane and her husband were pioneers in buying 3 works by Van Gogh, bought from Père Tanguy in the early 1890s. Through Ellen, Sickert attained a financial security for the first time in his life and also won introduction to political circles, like the famous atheist Charles Bradlaugh, does this amazing image after Bradlaugh's death of his study, or Cobden's associate, Thomas Bailey Potter. His first engagement with modern French painting, however, crystallized around Henri Fantin-Latour. This reflected the lessons that Sickert had picked up from his first tutor, Otto Schödlerer, as well as his friendship with Mrs. Edwin Edwards, Fontain's chief dealer in London. It was at Mrs. Edwards' house in June 1882 that he first met Jacques-Émile Blanche, already well on his way at that point to building a career as a fashionable society portraitist. In Blanche, Sickert found not only an invaluable early patron, but also an entree into social circles in Dieppe and that decisive meeting with Degas. And interestingly, Ellen was a great admirer from the outset of Blanche's pastel portraits. As a woman of strong literary interests, Ellen shared more of her husband's bohemian sociability than is often appreciated. His first irascible mentor, Whistler, who's been everywhere today, was enamoured of the new Mrs. Sickert, whom he painted on 2 occasions. Artist and sitter clearly enjoyed a warm rapport, with Sickert advising her on colours for the decoration of the couple's new home in West Hampstead. Ellen, in turn, intrigued against Whistler's enemies, including the art critic Harry Quilter, when he was bidding to become the Slade Professor of Art in Cambridge. Newly married, Ellen followed her husband to the continent, as you all know, in 1885, although Emmons, Sickert's biographer, insists that, quote, she was never at home in Dieppe and kept aloof from Blanche's circle of young barbarians. In reality, I'd say she was very much at ease in the company of artists, and she had very strong family ties to some of the central players in this highly intellectual cross-channel milieu. That includes John Lemoine, whose daughter married Blanche. Sickert admired Lemoine as perhaps, quote, the last representative in France of the old school of journalism, the school of the 1830s, whereas Ellen knew him as an ally of her father during negotiations for the Cobden Chevalier Free Trade Treaty. Now, Sickert in his Marginalia frequently evokes this golden summer in Dieppe, and especially the pastel that immortalized some of the personalities who were there that was made at the time by Degas. He was tickled to think that the wife of the elderly Albert Boulanger-Curvé, that's the old man at the front here, who'd been an arts minister under Louis-Philippe, the wife of this old man had once been a mistress of Delacroix. As for Degas himself, we know he was very taken not just with Ellen, but also her unmarried sister Jane at the time, who had joined her in Dieppe. At the 2006 show at the Tate, Anne Robbins, whose work here I have to say is fundamental, has very persuasively identified this pensive drawing of Nellie as a portrait of Ellen, whose nickname was Nellie at the time. The sober tunic and the inscription at the bottom, Ça m'est égal, might be a reference to her feminist politics. Ellen wrote to Jane after her return to London, "We dined with Degas, and he told me to tell you how much he wished you were at the party. His paintings are simply magnificent. You might do worse, Janie dear." It didn't happen, as we know. Now, I've dwelled on the nature of these friendships because they suggest why it was natural for Ellen to be a fully equal partner in the couple's audacious foray into collecting that year. After that memorable sojourn in Dieppe, husband and wife go to visit Degas in Paris in the autumn of 1885 and were given an introduction to the private collections that contain significant examples of his work. This included the home of Henri Rouard and Gustave Muhlbacher, identified in Sickert's annotations as the carriage maker on the Champs-Élysées. It was there that he first saw the rehearsal of the ballet, a painting that was subsequently a monochrome that was subsequently acquired by Isaac de Comandou. Further annotation in the book suggests some of the other dealers that Sickert visited that summer courtesy of Degas, including Braham, Thomas, and Tedesco on the Rue Lafitte. By December, Ellen wrote to Blanche, "We are delighted that Degas is selling. I think we shall end up by giving up our dull necessities of life and buying one of his pictures ourselves. They haunt our imagination." By late spring 1886, The Swaying Dancer, painting also known as the Green Dancer, was hanging in their West Hampstead home. Sickert had bought it for just over 2,000 francs, and it had formerly been in the possession of Charles Ephrussi. Sickert was enchanted, telling Blanche in one letter that he preferred it to all of the scenery of Switzerland. Not a nice comment on his honeymoon. By June that year, it was joined by the lithograph, Mademoiselle Descartes at the Café des Ambassadeurs, which was dropped off in person by Blanche himself, whom Sickert had used as an intermediary, buying the work for £16. Then, in May 1889, at the Christie's sale of Brighton collector Henry Hill, who Natalia was talking about, Sickert was able to buy the rehearsal on stage for 66 guineas, telling Blanche, like the Muhlbacher monochrome, I find more and more in half a sentence that Degas has said, guidance for years of work. In the same year, he also acquired from the Goupil Gallery a full set of George William Thornley's etchings, afterworks by Degas, featuring several canvases that he would have already known from the Roy collection and which he goes on to use to inspire some of his own compositions. Now, I've only done this very cursorily, but according to other marginalia in the Courtauld books, it seems that Sickert was regularly dealing on behalf of other people at this time as well. So he was the conduit, it seems, for the South African millionaire Edmund Davis, one of his own early patrons, to kind of conduct a swap with Degas. In other words, to give Degas an Ingres drawing dedicated to his friend Calaneta in exchange for a Degas pastel. And all through the margins of the books, there are references to some of these transactions and exchanges. Now, Anne Robbins stresses that the Sickerts regularly entertained at their Hampstead home, their collection, quote, a micro-museum, when there were very few opportunities to see Degas' pictures in England. Visitors included Lucien Pizarro, who gave an account to his father of the paintings that he knew from the Hill collection, and which had been mentioned by Theo van Gogh. The couple's pictures were also loaned frequently to exhibition. Interestingly, they always appeared under Ellen's name or under the couple's name. It's always Cobden Sickert, in recognition of her crucial role in their acquisition. The Green Dancer appeared at the New English Art Club in April 1888, while in the following year, Ellen on her own loaned the club her favourite whistler, a white note, an indication of her keen interest in metropolitan exhibition culture. By 1897, however, the couple had separated. The tensions caused by travel, exacerbated by difficulties in getting pregnant, and Ellen's delicate health. Financial pressures cannot have helped. Giving money to Walter, Ellen once remarked, is like giving it to a child to light a fire with. But the real impasse was the repeated evidence of Sickert's infidelities. He made no attempt to alter his behaviour. Jealousy is the most absurd bourgeois business going. It will be as extinct as the dodo in another generation. So speaks the character of Robin in Ellen's first novel, The Wistons, published by her brother-in-law Fisher Unwin in 1902, and clearly echoing something of her husband's own intransigence. The couple divorced in 1899 in a high-profile legal case that also marked the first instance of constructive desertion in English law. This change in circumstance pushes Ellen to sell The Green Dancer and the rehearsal of the ballet in 1902. And as part of that sale, they do a kind of part exchange for the Degas Woman at the Window. Rehearsal of the ballet was acquired by Louisine Havemeyer for £3,000, which, when she had to add the import duties for the US to the total, brings it up to £4,000. Ellen was deeply moved at this loss. Personally, she greatly regrets the loss of the painting, whereas Sickert really just brags about having struck a brilliant deal. The end of her marriage did not sever Ellen's concern for her ex-husband, whom she continued to subsidise discreetly, nor did it end her connection to the art world. She continued to lend works to exhibitions in her own right. She sent her Whistler portrait to Paris in 1905. Blanche, for his part, was determined to maintain their friendship. And in his memoirs, he talks about going to Ellen's house for pleasant lunches with the Cobden Sandersons and also with the Fisher Unwins. In her very final years after the divorce, Ellen became very close to the Victorian painter Emily Osborne and her partner Mary Dewar, an artistic sympathy that was overlaid by their shared feminist convictions. Her second novel, Sylvia Saxon, was dedicated to this pair of Victorian artists, to whom she also left money in her will as, quote, a token of love. By contrast, she left nothing to Walter. She died of cancer in 1914, and the Degas pictures passed to her sisters, importantly. Woman at a Window goes to Annie, and Mademoiselle Becker goes to Jane. What were the consequences for Sickert, though, as I wrap up? The end of his marriage put a stop on him buying works on his own account, and from 1898 until 1905, he lived predominantly in Dieppe. However, he continued to take an active interest in the art market through the advice that he provided to others, most notably the aristocrat Sir William Eden. In 1901, he told Eden, "Stick to the French school, il n'y a que cela." And it seems that Sickert helped Eden acquire laundresses carrying linen. My own immaculate Degas, Eden called it, hanging it above his Adam table at Windleston, his country house in County Durham. Windleston was an extraordinary ensemble of old master pictures, including Carol Fabricius's View of Delft, as well as canvases by Corot, Sickert, and Steer. Eden exemplified a kind of politics and collecting that Sickert the Tory deeply admired. My friend is an aristocrat, and therefore entirely free. He is untouched by the opinions of others, Sickert wrote in the Morning Post in 1925. He collects, or rather he retains only what he loves. He can read of the fluctuation in art values as he brushes the morning coffee from his beard without a tremor. Eden's obliviousness to the frenzies of Christie's was an antidote to the kind of speculative buying that Sickert deplored, and which he is constantly writing about in the margins of the Courtauld books. So in this page about the sale of the Angelus, Mies Angelus, you'll see he converts all the prices. This is something he does in all of the margins for the francs and pounds. And then at the bottom, quite wonderfully, for the sale of the Angelus, he's drawn these eyes and these clapping hands to capture the sense of theatrical performance in the auction room. Other marginalia recorded his own small coups. So he boasts sometimes when he's been able to kind of find a watercolour and sell it on to a gullible American, in this case Mabel Dodge, who buys a watercolour for £100 that he picked up for 300 francs. But elsewhere he associates the skyrocketing auction prices with the swindle of post-impressionism, especially the fashion for Cézanne. And you'll see the passage that he picks out from Volard's Reflections on Cézanne. But in 1911, Sickert writes that an artist, 90% of whose work consists of monstrous or tragic failures, should have been deified by speculation in Paris, Berlin, and New York, while Pizarro's brilliant and sane efficiency awaits full justice. Sickert thus consoled himself for his reduced circumstances by loudly spurning what wealthy rivals seemed to value, writing prolifically about a market whose follies he could castigate from afar. As his biographer Emmons observed, he liked to possess beautiful things, but they were seldom of the so-called collector's class. His more permanent possessions were prized solely for their beauty, not for their value or rarity. A good reproduction of a drawing gave him as much pleasure as the original. With his bound copies of Le Verre, he felt as rich as Mr. Courtauld. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much, both Tom and Elaine, for what was two rather difficult propositions that we asked you to consider. But I think what you've done is really to open out a number of different levels and layers of what generates, what it encourages an artist to get engaged with the art of one or more artists. Let's open up, because we are right behind Are there any questions that anybody would wish to put or points to raise? Silence.
I have a question for Ellen, if I can start. I have been always very interested in Sickert's views of Sargent, which were not kind after a certain point. And he goes on to talk about Sargentometry, you know, that the British are kind of worshipping Sargent. Have you ever found any comments in Sargent about Sickert?
I mean, doesn't mean to say there aren't any, but I can't.
They're interesting as a pair in terms of, you know, they're both switched on to Impressionism around the same kind of time, but obviously Sargent much more Monet, Sickert totally Degas, and they end up having such different careers in all kinds of ways.
If I could just step in and put another question. I find it very interesting that Hélène Sargent becomes interested in Monet at the point at which he's leaving France and he's basically he's settling in the UK.
Yes.
And two questions. Was this because he felt that stylistically he was shifting his territory slightly and he therefore felt more attuned with what Monet was doing in the 80s rather than the 70s? And my second question is, do you get the impression that he was able to encourage any of the collectors in the UK to really move down the route of, say, enthusiasm for Monet and Manet, or are they actually relying upon other sources of influence and inspiration?
I think they might be relying on other sources. I mean, he does, when Monet's in London later, when he's doing his sort of London scenes, he does introduce him to Mrs. Charles Hunter. But I don't think it's with a view to, you know, she's sort of looking after him. I mean, Sargent is always interested. He's always looking out for Monet. It's quite a lopsided relationship, which is not helped by the fact that we don't have Monet's side of the correspondence because Sargent didn't keep it. I think the other point, I mean, obviously I didn't talk about the work, but, you know, when Sargent first comes to England, really, after, you know, the catastrophe of Madame X in Paris, and he doesn't have very many commissions. That one is when he does his experimental sort of Monet-esque work, but it's always different from Monet. It's never as, it's always more structured, the figures are more solid. There are distinct differences, but, you know, he does do his ponting scenes, and he does the figures of the women, you know, standing on riverbanks, all those sort of Monet-esque things. But there's a distinct difference, I think. And he writes to Monet during that time, wants him to go to Calcutta, and, you know, it's usually Sargent doing things for Monet, but occasionally, you know, you hear Sargent saying, saying to Elio, oh, Monet's got a photograph of my picture, which I think is Carnation Lily Rose. So occasionally you feel that Monet's having to do something, but I think mostly it's Sargent seems to want to look after people.
But it's interesting that both he and Sickert are acting slightly along the lines, but not as officially as you get elsewhere in Europe, as artists advising others to collect, and that those others are developing an interest in that art.
I think with Sargent it is just advice. I don't think he's, I mean, he does do a little bit of practical liaising in terms of checks and things, but I don't think he's not acting as an agent or anything as defined as that. I think it's more just, but in America it's quite significant.
Yeah,
so certainly in Boston, I think.
And that's also the case with Sargent, with Sickert, that you find that he's there advising and acting as a sort of somebody who can give a kind of seal of approval, if you like, in relation to that, which, when I was talking about the Swiss collectors, it's that is so distinctive that they have these really sort of official advisors coming on board.
Yes, it's very unofficial, and very much, as Ellen was saying, it also tends to be that he can advise people who are also collecting him, of course. It's his own patrons that then he can kind of begin to work on in that way. And the Edmund Davis connection I've never seen referenced before, but there's a variety of Davis references in the Marginalia that make me think, you know, because Davis was very much, at that time, largely being advised by Shannon and Ricketts.
Yes.
But it's interesting that Sickert also has his ear at one point and is clearly active brokering these kind of relationships. I would say that Sickert himself benefited massively from the help of other artists too, in terms of when he leaves Britain after the divorce and he goes to Dieppe. Blanche is absolutely fundamental in terms of setting him up in France. And again, it opens up a network of a connection to other patrons and artists who are then able to support him with exhibitions in Paris for the next 10 years or so.
But then Blanche was actually collecting Impressionists quite actively, and so he was deeply plugged into that. But it's interesting, the Edmund Davis, because Edmund Davis also owned a Monet, and as did Otto Beit, so they were part of these Rand lords who had all made their money in South Africa, in the mines, and gold and diamonds, and along the Cecil Roads. And they were actively buying to give works to the South African museums. And Johannesburg was seen as the modern museum, and so hence French Impressionists were going there, whereas Cape Town was for Dutch old masters. It was a separation there. Yeah. Any other? Oh, yes. Right.
Yes, thank you for fascinating papers. Just a quick question. I was always, to Tom, I was always fascinated by our woman at the window, which is now at the Courtauld, because of course it resonates much more with Sickert than Degas in a sense. For me, it was a discovery that actually Hélène, after divorce, she got the painting. And so do you know if it was chosen originally by her or by Sickert?
I haven't seen enough of the correspondence to get to the bottom of it. As I say, it's all to do with the breakup of the collection with the divorce. And so they have to they swap the big picture, which goes off to Habermeyer for the woman at the window. Whose choice it is, I'm not sure I've seen decisive evidence on that. What I would say about it, it sort of becomes very important, even though she then owns it. It's interesting that, as you say, for Sickert, it really is a stimulus to his own creativity. And his image of Rachel at the window, which he does, one of these sort of East End images around 1905, is very, very reminiscent in that way. It's something that he continues to kind of hark back to. But in terms of who actually selects the picture, I mean, maybe I should ask Flavie if I can go to see the Drawing Room Archives, and they will tell us anything about that, but I don't know.
The archive is sold to Sickert.
The Mister, yeah.
It's the only picture sold by John to Sickert.
That's interesting, it's the only one. Yeah.
We've got just a couple at the back, and then we'll take a tea break. Sorry, right at the back.
Thank you, Tom. I don't know whether you're aware of the paintings that belong to Ellen Cobden that are still at Dunford House in West Sussex.
I had no idea there were still pictures of Dunford House, which is the Cobden ancestral home, of
so the
course.
Cobden's house, which you had in your slide, and there's a portrait by Whistler's acolyte Theodore Rousseau of Ellen Cobden from 1888.
Wow.
And there's also a portrait by Jacques-Emile Blanche of Jane Cobden from about a year later. And there's also a Sickert of Dunford House from a couple of years before that, which sort of connects all of those themes between both your talks. And the records of the Cobden family are all in the West Sussex Record Office. So,
which I was very pained to say has been shut for emergency collection care. I really wanted to get down there last week and do some sort of top-up research, but that's fascinating what you say. And
I've not seen them published, so it's sort of, yeah.
Is the house visitable?
It's now, well, it was until a few years ago, the YMCA. So, yeah, so I'm not quite sure if it's owned by a trust or something like this, but I think it's all been shut up now. But, yeah, they were there a couple of years ago.
Because I think in the 20s and 30s, I mean, if somebody else knows, wasn't it given by, I'm trying to remember, it was set up as a kind of social, communal space, wasn't it? Very much.
The South Downs National Park now.
Yeah, exactly. But it actually had a very political orientation when it was created as a public space, I think, in the 20s and 30s, because I think Jane was on the board. But thank you for the tip. I would love to look into that.
Thank you. And then just one final one there, I think, and then we ought to break for tea. Yes.
Thank you very much. I was just really struck by the difference in these two papers and the sort of things that were being said in comparison to the collecting motivations of those addressed this morning. I mean, one thing I felt was really missing, either because it simply wasn't there or it wasn't addressed this morning, with any kind of sense of passion or excitement by the people collecting, and also this sense of cultural statement and putting down roots and building galleries to display your collection. Whereas, particularly with Sickert, as someone who kind of flitted from place to place throughout his entire life, that sense of decorating a permanent space is obviously missing. And also someone who's got a very interesting relationship with the commercial art market anyway, and that he sort of writes about how important it is for an artist to make money, and he holds up artists like Turner as a model for that, but is absolutely hopeless at it himself. I was just really struck by those distinctions. It's not a question in particular, but just thank you to the organisers for putting together these papers so brilliantly.
Just as a footnote, and then I was working on what British painters had come up in the catalogue raisonnés in the provenance lists, and I came up with 5, of which Sickert and Sargent are the 2 that we've been addressing today. But it might also be of interest for those of you who don't know that the other ones of the 5 are Clausen, which is quite surprising, and he owned a Degas, and in fact 2 Degas, including a late Degas landscape, Valéry-sur-Saône, which I think is a very interesting point. George Moore, not surprising because of the friendship with Manet and so on, and he owned Manet, and then my other one was Arthur Studd, a little studied British artist come collector, and who owned a Monet. So it's interesting, whereas if you go to the French side of the coin, the list for all of the artists we're considering today is very long. In other words, you have artists who are friends or admirers who are buying on a often quite considerable scale, not least of all, of course, the prime example being Caillebotte, but he's not the only one. Right. On that note, thank you very much to our 2 speakers.
Okay, everybody. Welcome to the last session. If you're full of the joys of spring still. So it's my great pleasure to introduce the second last speaker, who is Chris Rearfelt, again very well known to all of you. Neil is the Neil Westbank curator of post-1800 paintings at the National Gallery, and has also held curatorial positions at the Getty Museum in California and Philadelphia Museum of Art. He's co-curated or curated numerous exhibitions from the National Gallery in London, including Memoir Landscapes, Inventing Impressionism, Paul Duponvel and the Modern Art Market, Delacroix, The Rise of Modern Art, Australia's Impressionist, and with Marianne Stevens, After Impressionism in 2023. He's currently working on Memoir and Love, which I gather will be also at the Musée d'Orsay in Paris, and at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. So welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Frances. And I recommend young curators co-curate an exhibition with Marianne Stevens. It's painless. He must always be doing for Ireland. The waspish comment is by Irish writer, critic, and self-ingratiating friend of French artists, George Moore. It was meant to put in his place a young man Moore considered an upstart. Hugh Lane didn't know enough about modern French painting, nor about Ireland, where he had lived little, nor anything, except from a country house weekends, about the Celtic revival, whose doyenne, Augusta, Lady Gregory of Coole Park, was Lane's maternal aunt. How impertinent, then, for Lane to propose as an instrument of that revival, not unlike his aunt's pioneering Abbey Theatre, founded simultaneously in 1904, that the world's first museum of modern art should rise in Dublin, that it should put on public view, in public ownership, the most advanced modern and contemporary art anywhere. I am the only one in Dublin, thundered Moore. Who knew Manet, who knows Monet, Sisley, Renoir, Pissarro? I know them all. Here, in this famous painting we keep seeing over and over again, here Moore is seated at left in William Orkin's homage to Manet of 1909. He is in Lane's London home, and on the wall is Manet's portrait of Eva Gonzalez. Notes in hand, and I underline, at Lane's invitation, Moore holds forth to the cognoscenti of the London art world on modern French painting. At right, Lane raises hand to pensive brow. He is ready to learn, ready almost immediately to turn what he learns to social, political, aesthetic profit for the land of his birth. Let me rescue Moore's unkind mot. Lane must always be doing for Ireland. Arguably, it constituted one of the bravest, most audacious, and impactful chapters of our shared topic today, the history of the reception of Impressionism in these isles. In 1933, Times art critic Frank Rutter, a protagonist in such matters, called it the shoddy history of, and I will return to that sobriquet. Born in Cork in 1875, Hugh Lane soon moved to Cornwall with his mother and father, a rector there. At 18, bypassing university, education has never been a prerequisite of success in the London art trade. He entered the market as both conservator and art dealer in training, working with, learning from Martin Colnaghi at Marlborough Gallery. He soon went out independently. Old masters were his forte. Titian's Man in a Red Cap passed through his hands 3 times, on each occasion making a handsome profit, and finally going to Henry Clay Frick. When he went down on the Lusitania on 7 May 1915, still shy of his 40th birthday, Lane was wealthy. He was returning from New York, where he had been advising Frick not only on his collection, but on the Fifth Avenue mansion the magnate was building to house it. By that time, Lane had already overseen construction and installation of the Johannesburg, South Africa art gallery to the design of his friend, Edwin Lutyens. He had been knighted for services to art at 33. From 1913, he was director of the National Gallery of Ireland. His estimable personal of Italian old masters would go there. No wonder Moore seized at a dazzlingly successful upstart 23 years his junior. No wonder he showed up quick whenever Lane's invitation dropped through his letterbox. Here are portraits of the elegant Raffiné Lane by 2 artists he patronized, Sargent and Mancini. Indeed, the equally worldly Sargent and Lane joined forces to bring the socially awkward, mumbling Mancini to these shores twice. At dinner parties, the Italian spoke only to the servants and hid behind curtains. But Sargent was clear that he was one of the world's greatest living painters, which is why all the finest portraits of the Celtic revivalists, not least William Butler Yeats and Lady Gregory herself, are by the Italian. Lane arranged it. Yeats's father skipped off to New York and never came back because he couldn't deal with the competition of Mancini in Dublin. Mancini is an unlikely Irish hero, and we hope, Rosalind McKeever and I, that we will soon get the green light to do an exhibition here and in Dublin on the fascinating, largely untold story of Mancini in London and Dublin. Although he did not live in Ireland, Lane returned with increasing frequency as the 20th century began. He wanted to secure family ties with Lady Gregory. He was increasingly drawn into her circle, including Yeats, Moore, John Millington Synge, all masterminding a resurgence of Irish culture steeped in its Celtic roots and bypassing England. That was the given. On that first occasion, Lane reached Coole Park midday when the revivalists were in the west of Ireland visiting Celtic tombs and ancient sites of reverie and reverence. They arrived back in time for dinner. Lane descended from his bedroom to join them, in evening dress, of course, to find them in tweeds, smoking briar pipes, and reciting archaic Celtic verse. The incommensurability did not go unnoticed, especially by Moore, but Robert O'Brien, the author of the excellent Lane biography of 2000, tells this wonderful story. He also says that Lane was an inveterate weekend country house visitor, but that a number of his hostesses were alarmed to see that he often descended for dinner early and while he awaited, rearranged the furniture more aesthetically. So he could be difficult. But he was a quick learner. Their goal, the revivalist goal, was clear and impressive to him. Ireland, not necessarily yet conceived as an independent republic, I'll come back to that later, nonetheless could take its unique place on the international stage, play a key role in a new international culture as yet struggling to be born. Dublin could be a staging ground of the modern. It is here the idea germinated in Lane's mind, not to form a personal collection of international modern art. It wasn't particularly his interest, but rather to build a museum of international modern art, the first such, and in Dublin, as a spur to the cultural ambitions for Ireland fomented by the astonishing people he met at Coole Park. It would not be a national museum for Ireland, which in 1904-05 meant it would be British, but a municipal museum for Dublin, for the Irish. Lane had found a cause. I stress a single point. For Lane, the highly novel idea of a museum of modern art, which would strongly feature the French Impressionists, came first, before the pictures themselves. Now they needed to be assembled. Let me return to Rutter. Lane knew that in 1905, following a pioneering exhibition mounted by Durand Ruel at the Grafton Galleries, and we've seen many photographs of that great exhibition, Rutter began to raise a public subscription to purchase Monet's Lavacour Under Snow for the nation. Natalia has talked about this earlier. It was beyond time the National Gallery had a Monet in the collection. The trustees of the National Gallery preempted the effort. Before given, they announced they would not accept the gift. As Natalia has said, Lord Ribblesdale, one of the trustees who, before he was the trustee of the National Gallery, before he took that under his wing, was keeper of the Queen's hounds. The Ribblesdale said famously, "I would as lief hear a Mormon preach in St. Paul's as see a Monet in Trafalgar Square." Here, the argument is often raised in its defense that Monet was unfortunately alive, and the gallery did not collect living artists. 6 years earlier, those same trustees have founded a branch plant entirely under its control where the right kinds of living artists indeed would be shown. Today we call it Tate. In late spring 1905, Lane bought Lavacour instead, bought the attendant publicity, the not unwelcome scandal. All publicity is good publicity. It would be a cornerstone of exhibitions he would mount in Dublin, at first at rented venues like the Royal Hibernian Society, but always with the intention of raising attention and funds for a planned municipal gallery of modern art. With one calculated stroke, Dublin stole the initiative from London. Other acquisitions of the highest importance quickly followed. One such, of course, was the Manet Gonzalez. Again, the source for the purchase was Johann Ruel, this time in Paris, where Lane traveled with William Orpen. Like Moore, something of a self-promoter, Orpen later would claim Lane didn't even know who Manet was. he, the artist, had to introduce the name to the neophyte, explain to him why Manet was important, and I thank my colleague Sarah Heron for pointing this out to me. It may be true, maybe not. If the former, then it demonstrates a something of my argument today that Lane was a quick learner. He was open to new insights, knew who to listen to, picked up what he needed to advance his larger project. Orpin's stroke of genius was to paint the homage to Manet, celebrating Lane's acquisition. Within a year, he sold it to Manchester. And in the Great Manchester Museum, you could see this record of modernism in the United Kingdom. But if you wanted to see the original, you had to go to Dublin. So Gonzalez became, as it were, the patron saint of French modernism in these isles, and it remains so in many ways to this day, as I say, are constantly returning to Orpin's painting. Even more important was the acquisition of a key work of French Impressionism purchased that same year, 1906, from Durand-Ruel also, and on exhibition in Ireland a year later. It remains one of the great mysteries and adventures of modern art, and I'm very pleased to say that our dear friend Juliet Wilson-Barrow promises to lead us in further studies of this extraordinary thing. Another such was Renoir's umbrellas, acquired from Durand-Ruel, as we've seen, the following year, 1907, and on view in Dublin almost immediately. Like Gonzalez and other key paintings, including Pierre Puvis de Chavannes' huge beheading of St. John the Baptist, acquired from Durand-Ruel as early as 1904, and on view in Lane's first Dublin exhibition later that same year, these were not tableaux de cabinet fitting politely into your sitting room. These were monumental, full-scale, full-length works, in Puvis' case a history painting worthy of the Louvre that the French call tableau de musée. From the beginning, Lane was acquiring major works that were meant to function as museum pieces. I suppose a background in Renaissance, you get used to working on a big scale. And they were meant to announce the ambitious public function of Dublin's municipal gallery, to insist on the still debatable point that no less than Titian, modernism too was worthy of the museum. Here's how it was meant to work. Lane would acquire modern and contemporary paintings, primarily from Durand-Ruel, but from other sources as well. I use the word acquire advisedly. Did Lane always purchase the paintings, or did he take them on consignment, as a canny dealer might do? They would then go to Dublin to hang in the exhibitions there in anticipation of the municipal gallery, still to be built. Potential benefactors, Irish and English both, would have the opportunity to purchase them as benefactions for the new museum, become art patrons themselves. That is how it happened with this particularly moody depiction of Waterloo Bridge of 1900. Durand-Ruel showed it in Paris in 1904. It then traveled to London for the Grafton Gallery exhibition of early 1905. Monet was now famous. The painting was not cheap. There, via Lane, Mrs. Ella Fry purchased it and presented it as a gift for the forthcoming municipal gallery, where it remains. It was shown in the Irish capital 3 times that same year, an example of an important recent London Monet not to be seen in London itself, an advertisement for the audacious direction the municipal gallery intended to take. And it might begin to explain why the Lane collection of 39 paintings, including the masterpieces we have seen, also included works such as these: the Belgian Stevens chic fashion piece, the Frenchman Brown's performing lapdog, minor by almost anyone's definition. Both were included in the second preliminary exhibition of 1905. Both were available for acquisition and presentation to the municipal gallery. Neither sold and remained with Lane. But the point was moot. While a Monet Waterloo Bridge or a Renoir umbrellas, which, as Fabi told us, cost 25,000 French francs, already were expensive propositions by 1905, out of reach of most. Both these works, however, might appeal to a younger, less affluent clientele. Those people, too, might want to support Lane's public initiative and donate. The works themselves might appeal to people who had little knowledge of rarefied modern art discourses, but who enjoyed craftsmanship, technique, and amusing pictorial anecdote. These people, too, could be patrons of the moderns. To repeat, the museum came first. On the right, you see Lutyens' Johannesburg Art Gallery of 1910, built and stocked under the aegis of Lane. It's a classical temple of flawless dignity and propriety. On the left are the two distinct designs for a museum of modern art in Dublin, then turned out by Lutyens as well, in constant consultation with Lane. The first at top for St. Stephen's Green, very much classical exercise of the refinement of Johannesburg. The second, a magnificent folly, a classical temple spanning the Liffey, with galleries on either side of the river. It must have not been damp-proof. A homage to Palladio in Venice, and why not, if Dublin too were to be a world capital of art and international exchange. Both projects were rejected by Dublin Council. A blinding success from youth, petulant Lane did not take setback well. He fumed, he fussed, and in 1913 he offered the paintings to the National Gallery London on long loan. He had offered them as loan once before in 1907. Here was Lavacour, spurned only 2 years earlier, back again. The loan was declined. 6 years later, the renewed offer of loan was accepted, relieved, justified in seeing his attempt accepted in the imperial capital. Lane wrote the collection into his will as a bequest to the National Gallery. But in there, to be clear, at the time, National Gallery trustees knew nothing of this. All works were to go on public display in London on 20 January 1914. At the last moment, National Gallery trustees backed away. Only a few pictures would hang. Only those few Lane had already promised as gifts. The rest would go into stores. Umbrellas and outright no. The old canard was evoked. Renoir, too, had failed to die in good order. Furious anew, Lane signed a codicil to his will saying that on his death, the paintings must come back to Dublin after all. He tucked the codicil into a desk drawer in his office at the National Gallery of Ireland. A year later, Lane sailed to New York, and on the return voyage died in an act of war when Lusitania was torpedoed by the Germans inside the Irish coast. The will was found. The National Gallery had 39 pictures it didn't necessarily want. Codicil was found in the desk. No, it didn't. Ireland had them after all. But wait, codicil unwitnessed, without legal status in British law. London claimed the pictures, all of them, in 1917. Does a codicil require witnessing when death is an act of war? Historian and Yeats biographer Roy Foster has asked the pertinent question. Decades of enmity followed. The entire scholarly bibliography we're working with today, and this is why it's so exciting to see it expand so much, has absolutely been swamped for a century by the endless literature and the endless enmity it has evoked surrounding the Lane bequest and where the pictures ought to be. Easter 1916. It took Yeats 5 months to find the words, all changed utterly, a terrible beauty is born. After the rising in O'Connell Street Easter 16, leading to the birth of the Republic in 22 and Civil War, there was no longer wasn't any room for Lane's vision of a municipal gallery of modern art to be achieved. History was speeding up. Art could not be a priority in its ferocious blaze. Only decades later would the dream be revived. But the idea manifests itself today in the present Hugh Lane Gallery. William Chambers, an architect beloved by all at Courtauld, his chaste Charlemont house, and one of Dublin's liveliest contemporary cultural institutions is where Lane's vision lives on. Our two institutions now share the famous 39 pictures. One of the lesser-known masterpieces among the 39, and one of Gustave Courbet's most astonishing achievements, a deeply political painting of 1860, excoriating Napoleon III, currently is undergoing a transformative conservation in our studios. The results will astonish Courbet studies, and at long last, the accomplishment is shared equally between our two houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. That was really fascinating. And also raises lots of questions, I have to say. We're moving now from Ireland / London to Wales / Scotland. Is that right? And I'm glad to introduce my old PhD student. I can't say that's terrible. Anne Pritchard. Because I know her. So Anne Pritchard she was senior curator for many years at the National Museums of Wales, and she's now currently looking after in fact, in charge of provenance research at the National Galleries of Scotland. So she's had a kind of very interesting career between those two countries. When she was at Wales, she was in charge of the Davis collection of Impressionist art, and in addition to the redisplay of those galleries in 2010, her exhibitions have included France and Britain, Art for a New Age, 1817 to 1917, and she partnered with, sorry, is this in partnership with Tate? Sorry, in partnership with Tate. They took Stotts Le Passeur to West Wales in 2018. She specialises in art of the long 19th century and is particularly interested in its relationship with national identities. And she knows a lot about villages in France, I have to say. Her publications include articles on the landscapes of Sisley, Monet and Papilly, and she's just returned, well, relatively recently from a sabbatical in the USA before going to the National Galleries. So, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Francis. So, whereas we have heard mainly about collectors today, I'm going to venture beyond the individual visionary to consider some wider networks of collectors, dealers, artists, curators, and art historians who shaped an institutional ideology and confronted public perceptions of art head-on. My case study focuses on the inaugural fine art exhibition of the National Museum of Wales in Cardiff in February to March 1913, simply titled The Lone Exhibition of Paintings. I'll refer to this as the 1913 Lone Exhibition. It was, as the preface to the catalogue explained, rendered possible by the generosity of a few friends interested in art, who desire to remain anonymous. Newspapers announced it as the finest and most important exhibition ever held in Cardiff. Perhaps it was the most important ever held in Wales. It was one of the earliest public institutions in Britain to display works by leading French Impressionists. Held in a purpose-built temporary exhibition space at the City Hall, as the museum was still being built, the exhibition lasted 8 weeks and had 26,000 visitors. Its purpose was to direct at the highest ideals in art, in other words, education, to stimulate and encourage true art in Wales. Some members of the Welsh art establishment were affronted by the glaring absence of Welsh artists and the implication that Wales needed such stimulus at all. T. Matthews took on the nationalist cause in the Western Mail, saying, The greatest incentive to the potential genius is and always will be the example of his own countrymen. Swift to follow that December was the exhibition of works by painters and sculptors of Welsh birth or extraction, which ran until February 1914. For brevity, I'll call this the 1914 Welsh exhibition. While I'm going to focus on the first exhibition, it's only by comparison with the second that we gain a balanced perspective of the Welsh national context. At risk of repeating a paper I gave here a few years ago, and I know Samuel Rayburn has lectured here on a similar topic more recently, I'm going to take the opportunity in these short 20 minutes to pull out some elements of new research, looking in particular at aspects of exhibition content, the people and networks involved, and lastly, the ideologies they embodied. So the anonymous friends referred to in the preface to the catalogue were Gwendolyn and Margaret Davis. With their brother, they had inherited equal shares of a Welsh industrialist fortune at a young age. They never married and lived together all their lives. Raised as devout Calvinist Methodists with a deep-seated sense of philanthropic duty, the family were closely involved in establishing a number of Welsh national institutions, including the museum, which received its royal charter in 1907. The sisters began collecting around 1908 and 1909, after they reached the age of majority of 25. The most significant works were purchased between then and the mid-1920s. On their deaths in 1951 and 1963, respectively, their collection of important 19th century French, Impressionist and post-Impressionist art, among many other items, were bequeathed to the National Museum of Wales, now branded as Amgueddfa Cymru. In the early 1910s, like the museum, their collection was in its infancy. But perhaps with the prospect of the exhibition, they began purchasing in earnest in 1912. Their primary advisor and agent was Hugh Blaker. He was the brother of their former governess, an ardent promoter of modern art, and at that time the rather controversial curator of the Holborn Museum in Bath. The idea for the exhibition originated from an after-dinner conversation with the Scottish artist Murray Urquhart, whom the Davises had commissioned to paint murals for Parliament House in Machynlleth. Urquhart and Blaker together curated the exhibition and did most of the practical organisation. It was the lack of opportunity to see the best in art that was blamed for a perceived apathy towards art in Wales. Until then, the limited South Wales experience of Impressionism had included, as one example, the artist Winford Dewhurst. His works from Cardiff Museum had already been transferred to the National Museum of Wales. He gave independent lectures and was subsidising his own exhibition at the Glenvivian Art Gallery in Swansea to coincide with the last days of the 1913 Loan Exhibition in Cardiff. Without being too disparaging of Dewhurst's paintings, it's perhaps understandable why audiences remain to be convinced by Impressionism. This book, Impressionist Painting, Its Genesis and Development, published in 1904, was nevertheless widely read and featured on the exhibition's reading list. He popularised notions connecting Impressionism to British art. Its ultimate glory, he wrote, the works of Claude Monet were profoundly inspired by the genius of Turner. In anticipation of the inaugural exhibition, therefore, an excited reporter wrote, "Art students in South Wales will have an opportunity rarely offered in the provinces of seeing an array of works of superlative merit." The 57 paintings, of which the sisters owned 39 and 2 sculptures, ranged from a broad selection of French, British and Dutch artists from the previous 150 years, As you can see from this list of contents, it included key French Barbizon artists, several Millet's Corot d'Aubigny, pre-Impressionists, Meissonier, which was highlighted as an example of what Impressionism was not, but then an array of important British artists, Wilson, Turner, Raeburn, Romney, Constable, and the happily international Whistler. None of these were particularly controversial. The most modern works were the paintings by Manet and some of the most recent Monets on the market. It was the first time that any of Monet's Venice series had been in Britain, having only left Bernheim-Jeune a few months before. The only living artists featured were Monet, Neuhaus, and 3 Scottish school artists. What was remarkable was the painting's quality and value. The papers reported on provenance and prices paid. The star of the show was Turner's Rockets and Blue Lights, which had been purchased by the dealers, Devine Brothers, from the Yerkes sale in New York for £25,800. It was sold to Nadler and returned to America soon after the exhibition. The exhibition catalogue tells us it requires imagination to appreciate fully such a great Impressionist work as this, and it is a privilege to follow the master's mind in the suggestiveness of every portion of the picture. Of the works that weren't lent by the Davis sisters, Devine was one of the only 2 lenders that was identified in the catalogue. The others followed the sisters' example of anonymity, and their contribution has never previously been acknowledged. Manet's Marchand des Chiens, now in a private collection, and Deck of a Ship in Melbourne, were both in the collection of Scottish collector John James Cowan, who is more often associated with Whistler. Indeed, he also owned Whistler's Lily in Our Alley, which was the only colour image in the illustrated catalogue. This was assumed by some to have been Whistler's study of a girl's head sold in Margaret Davis's sale at Sotheby's in 1960. However, it was in fact acquired by the Fogg Art Museum in 1943 and never belonged to the sisters at all. St. Mark's, Venice had also been in Cowan's collection. Gwendolen had purchased it the previous January through the Scottish dealer David Croal Thomson, who represented the French gallery Wallace & Company. I believe Croal Thomson was instrumental in securing much of the content, probably using the exhibition as a promotional platform as well. This strategy was successful as the sisters purchased Monet's Charing Cross Bridge from him off the back of the exhibition for £1,600. Croal Thomson seems to have corresponded directly with the sisters when they made some of their most expensive purchases. He clearly had an active role in their collecting, albeit more discreet than Baker. Croal Thomson also loaned Berwick Bridge, which is now in the Fleming collection, by the Scottish artist D.Y. Cameron. I hope you notice a recurring theme. Other Scottish artists were Raeburn, Grosvenor Thomas, and Murray Smith. The only Welsh names were the 18th century landscapist Richard Wilson and tenuously connected Edward Burne-Jones, whose father was of Welsh descent. Even among the organisers, the only Welsh natives in residence, really, were Gwendolen and Margaret Davis. Burne-Jones was the only artist to appear in both the Lone exhibition and the 1914 Welsh exhibition. So there was very little crossover. The first exhibition was a carefully orchestrated retrospective, selected by a small group of specialists. But the exhibition of works by painters and sculptors of Welsh birth or extraction was a broad survey of contemporary art coordinated by a committee of Welsh notables, many of whom were active in the Celtic revival, whether in art, music, or a literary sense. Selection was advised by the artist George Clawson, a founder member of the New English Art Club. And there were a number of impressionistic or plein air paintings, but the illustrated catalogue reveals a wide range of styles. The influence of other French artists was also evident, not forgetting the popularity of Gustave Doré, whose work was on display in London and Swansea. Some artists clearly found that Celticism was fitted more easily with symbolism than Impressionism. Matthews, in the Western Mail, lamented the vast majority of artists who left Wales for London, or Paris, Antwerp, or further afield. Augustus John had just been exhibiting at the 1913 Armory Show in New York. But some of those featured in the Welsh exhibition had never been to Wales, as far as we know, such as Edward Burne-Jones and George Frederick Watts, whose Welsh ancestry was really quite remote. Meanwhile, the exhibition omitted prominent landscapists from the colony at Betws-y-Coed, like Henry Clarence Waite, who lived in Snowdonia for 60 years. They also neglected German-born Hubert von Herkomer, who was a staunch supporter of Welsh Celtic cultural institutions, such as the Gorsedd ceremony sy'n Eisteddfodau. In some respects, the Welsh exhibition was more modern and inclusive, including several women artists and featuring a variety of media. Yet the limiting concept of Welsh birth or extraction only really highlighted the failings of Welsh art education. The Swansea curator's call for a central school of art in Wales pointed to the high standard of education in Glasgow and Edinburgh. But there were topographical and cultural barriers to overcome within Wales, and not just between north and south. A capital city wouldn't be confirmed until 1955. Cardiff and Swansea were competing culturally as well as commercially as they grew exponentially into prospering industrial cities. Industrialists, like the Davis family, were investing huge sums of money into civic amenities. Among them, Cardiff's Cathays Park, where a majestic Beaux-Arts designed City Hall, Law Courts, University and National Museum were arranged around the Alexander Gardens. They recognised not only the social benefits to their workers, but believed that there would be a reciprocal benefit to industry. The National Museum's inaugural exhibition in 1913 was intended to set high standards, both for future exhibitions and collections, but with its strong educational agenda, it also established a museological manifesto. To consider the content of the exhibition in isolation is to neglect the fundamental purpose and the broad sphere of influence it involved. The Davis sisters' anonymity allowed for a unified institutional voice to emerge. It is clear their philanthropic beliefs still had a bearing on the principles conveyed, however. Maury Urquhart was surely giving voice to these profound sentiments in his speech at the opening ceremony, where he spoke of enriching and ennobling the whole common life. There were many elements. The catalogue had lengthy explanatory notes written by Urquhart, Blaker, Croal Thomson and Frederick Wedmore, who was already associated with the museum. There's a reading list made available at Cardiff Public Libraries. Blaker and Urquhart delivered informal gallery talks, and there were many school visits. 3,489 school children were recorded in total. It was the lecture series that had an overwhelming response, however. One journalist, in his description of the first lecture, wrote, "It would have been possible to hold an overflow meeting such as the interest aroused by the wagging of tongues and the spilling of ink over Impressionism, post-Impressionists, and art with a capital A." Eventually, they changed to a larger venue. With regard to the lectures, I will add the name Sir William Evans Hoyle to the list of modest but instrumental voices. A specialist in cephalopods, octopi, the latter half of his life was devoted to managing the Manchester Museum before being appointed as first director of the National Museum of Wales in 1909. He was clearly attuned to modern museological thinking in a burgeoning industrial city. It was his enthusiastic cooperation, described by Urquhart, which allowed the lone exhibition to take place at all, as well as giving it priority billing. It seems he was also crucial to the recruitment of speakers for the lecture programme, which was as important to the project as the works of art on loan. Looking at the programme of speakers, Hoyle would have known the artist and social reformer Lawrence Houseman from Manchester, where he had presented and published his theories on national art training, promoting the benefits of art and craft to industry. Second, Sir Frederick Wedmore was an esteemed art critic and historian who had been acting as executor for the estate of James Pike Thomson, another Welsh industrialist and collector, who campaigned fervently for Sunday openings. Unfortunately, George Moore was unable to speak and unable to present on Impressionist painting due to an indisposition. Hugh Blaker stepped in. I'll come back to Patrick Geddes shortly. So Whitworth Wallace was the progressive director of Birmingham Museum and Art Gallery. Glasgow-born D.S. McCall was keeper of the Wallace collection, an important advocate of the French Impressionists, and he was also author of 19th Century Art, published in 1902. But I return to Patrick Geddes, yet another from Scotland, who spoke on Every Man His Own Art Critic, with special reference to paintings in the exhibition. This subtext was quite important because he had already given lectures under this heading in 1887 at the Royal Jubilee exhibition in Manchester and the Glasgow International exhibition in 1888. He too promoted Scottish art, saying Glasgow had looked to the French school with great results, and he trusted that Wales and Cardiff would do the same thing. His association with William Evans Hoyle is especially worth noting. Surviving correspondence shows a long-standing friendship with periodic museological exchanges. Geddes was also a biologist, but became a renowned polymath with visionary ideas around town planning. He believed firmly in the interrelationship between all branches of knowledge. As interesting as his views on art appreciation and the Impressionists were, it is his writings around the relationship between art, education, and industry which expose the motivations of our industrialist collectors and benefactors. The argument that artistic knowledge and skill would drive the quality of manufacturing, giving British products a competitive edge over other producers, is a recurring theme. Geddes, Whitworth Wallace, and Pike Thomson had all addressed the National Association for the Advancement of Art and its Application to Industry over 20 years before, and those concepts still resonated through the lectures presented in Cardiff in 1913. Geddes was a popular speaker who returned to lecture in Cardiff during the 1914 Welsh exhibition. He was always very complimentary about the new civic centre, and he was also able to reconcile progressive modernity with Celtic history. As we see today, however, it was Impressionism that was the preferred fit for a number of industrialist benefactors seeking to compete on an international level. Yet the entirely outward-looking Lone exhibition neglected Wales's unique cultural history, and to compound matters, the Welsh exhibition undertook to exclude any external interference. Although aspiring to the Scottish school, the key to that success had been the cross-fertilisation of inspiration and technique. In Wales, they struggled to soften those barriers. The educational ambitions of the exhibition certainly aroused awareness and discussion, but its impact on artistic practice in Wales remains moot. The 1913 Loan exhibition was nonetheless just the beginning. It was a retrospective to bring Wales into the modern age. The boldest acquisitions by the Davis sisters were still to come. Some examples here. And today, the Davis collection continues to direct the highest ideals in art. Thank you.
That way you left the really enticing paintings till the very end.
Yes.
Everyone's going to ask you about those. So, thank you, that's good. Interesting. It's interesting that there's Celtic revival elements in both, which is slightly surprising, who would have thought. And the other thing that ties these two together, of course, is the idea of legacy, the fact that both Hugh Lane and the Davis sisters decided to leave their collections to their own, well, in fact, they had this very strong nationalistic impulse, which drove both of them, and they both had the option of leaving, well, in the end, of course, with Hugh Lane it's more complicated, but with the Davis sisters, they contemplate Tate, because they lent to Tate, didn't they? And can you kind of perhaps tell us a bit about that?
And that was a big controversy involving Baker and Roger Fry, and Roger Fry published in sorry, name of the journal's gone out of my head. Anyway, prominent article lambasting the Tate for turning down the offer of loan of the Cézannes, which they didn't think were really sort of suitable for their modern art gallery and weren't really what people would want to see. Yes, and in the end, the Tate were shamed into accepting this offer of loan, and they were online for a few years, certainly, but when the sisters died, everything reverted to the National Museum. But they did lend to quite a lot of exhibitions, certainly in Wales, to Barry, Eisteddfod, these Eisteddfod exhibitions were quite important. And there are occasional exhibitions that crop up where their paintings are lent to. But certainly Wales was their focus.
Yeah, that's interesting, because they also lent to the Burlington exhibition, where Coulthard arguably was inspired, I think, wasn't he, by their loans. And I think they also, I always wonder about this too. I wanted to ask you about resistance too, but if in 1910, Théodore Duret published Manet and the Impressionists, and it was illustrated with a number of works from Lane's collection. Would Lane have been aware of that?
That's a good question. I don't know. When you mentioned 1910, we know that Lane did not see Roger Fry's first post-impressionist exhibition because he was in South Africa building the museum in Johannesburg.
Okay, that's interesting. So the reason why I mentioned the Duret is because the Davis sisters read the Duret, and I just like the whole idea of where were they of Lane's collection, and what sort of impact did it have. Anyway, sorry. Any questions? Everyone's feeling exhausted at the end of the day.
Thank you for two very interesting papers. This is a question for Chris Riopel. Do you feel that with Hugh Lane and William Orton, that they actually had a constructive influence on each other's collecting, given one was an artist and one was a dealer? Because in the Homage to Manet, of course, the painting and the bust of Venus had been loaned to Orton by Lane. And of course, later, Orton himself owned a Monet. Do you think that a little bit of each rubbed off on each other through their time spent together?
I do. I think that Lane admired Orton very much and understood that the Homage to Manet was a huge PR success, as it were, for this project. And as I say, Lane always knew enough to listen to people who could tell him worthwhile things, as Orton certainly could.
I want to ask you a question about Lane. Do you think Lane saw himself more as a dealer or a collector, or connoisseur, or both?
I think that he saw himself as a collector of Italian Renaissance art, which was the same thing he dealt with. I think the 39 pictures, the modern gallery was a political act in support of family, in support of Lady Gregory, but in support of a strong political cause.
Interesting, yeah, I know. Because it's this whole kind of slippage between the two is something which you find in quite a number of cases of collectors. Yes. Yeah.
I have a question for Chris in the first instance. I'm very. How do you make sense of the fact that one of the ways that Lane was thinking about building up this collection of modern French art, that he actually approached other artists who were not mainstream Impressionists also to contribute works to the museum, like Bénard and Carrière, and I forget
And Mancini and
Mancini,
well, I think it was. I don't think he was particularly committed to French painting because it was quite an international connection. But he realized that French modern painting would be the calling card of the museum, would represent more than anything else what modernity was. But there was also this intention to make it accessible to many people at many social, economic, financial levels at the same time.
And so was he recognizing that the Impressionists that he was collecting fitted into a bigger picture of what modern French painting could be?
Yes.
And was, in fact, linked to the wider definition of Impressionism, sort of à la mode there.
With the exception of the Courbet, which we looked at very, very briefly, there is a very strong group of Barbizon pictures. He starts that early. He sees that continuity.
I think,
yeah, I was going to say.
I mean, the sisters, Hugh Blaker did write to them sort of saying, have a look at what Hugh Lane is doing, when they'd obviously started discussing Impressionist paintings. I think there was this sense of all these different collectors collecting quite similar things, because the sisters, they started off with this amazing collection of Barbizon work, and then moved on to the more modern Impressionists. They obviously, when Hugh Blaker, I love this story, when Hugh Blaker said, "Oh, look at what Hugh Lane's doing. You can get some Renoirs and some Sisley's quite cheaply, And what did they do? They went on holiday to Venice, and on the way back, they popped into Bernard and Jeune and bought 3 paintings of Venice by Monet. So, they weren't doing things by halves.
Yeah, absolutely, and very outstanding examples too. Yeah, I mean, if you compare the two collections, I think the Davis sisters come across as being much more kind of avant-garde, don't they? Really, is that fair?
I don't know that Lane would have been able to figure out what this was all about.
Exactly, yeah. And I also wondered back with Margaret, and because they're always treated as the Davis sisters, but actually, do you not think that Gwendolyn, for example, seems to have been a bit more? Is that fair to say? She seems to have made she bought that one. She bought the Cézannes, didn't she?
I think there can be a bit of ambiguity over who collected which ones. I think the way it's tended to be done, I know Mark Evans, who's here, did a lot of research on this, but so he might say I'm wrong, but they've tended to be allotted to one sister or the other, depending which bequest they arrived at the museum in. So the ones that came first would have been Gwendolyn's paintings, and I think they probably included things like Van Gogh and La Parisienne, the big Renoir. So yes, it's difficult to tell, because when dealers wrote letters, they would address them to Miss Davis. So when you've got two Miss Davises,
that is, yeah.
it's kind of awkward.
Oh, there's a question up there. Should we make this last one? I'm not sure quite what's happening. Are you wanting to do a round? We quite happy. Okay.
Sorry, this is a question for Anne. Thank you very much for the paper. And the Davis sisters, hugely influential, obviously, in Wales. Do you know more about where the paintings travelled around Wales, where they actually visited? Which paintings travelled where?
Yeah, we have some idea. Off the top of my head, I know, as I said, they went to the Barrier, Stedford, they were shown in Swansea. They may have gone to Aberystwyth, I'm not sure. And that they also displayed quite a lot of them in their mansion house in Mid Wales, which was Greganach, which, although it was their house, it was kind of an open house for conferences, and they were huge music enthusiasts. They had a music hall, and there are photos with the water lilies hanging around the walls. A lot of it was for sort of domestic purposes as much as it was for showing at the museum. It's really interesting the way that their choice was so versatile, really. And I think, when you look at them and think they were in a music room, it's like, oh, well, that makes total sense to have these beautiful sort of serene Monet series paintings. They didn't have the music room when they bought them, but I think there is a sort of aesthetic unity in the collection that you can really imagine that could hang in their house as well as in the museum. And they were certainly very selective in their subject matter. They didn't go for Degas, apart from in sculpture. They didn't, I think because they didn't approve of theatre and that sort of thing was a bit too...
Yeah, they were Methodists.
Not
yes.
proper.
But I wondered if there was a programme of display to share these works around Wales. Did they actually, because the Eisteddfodau, they travel around Wales, and they alternate between North and South Wales?
Yeah, the Eisteddfodau, their annual events, so I think it might depend on where it was each year. I do have a list of the exhibitions somewhere, so I could refer to that. But I think it wasn't them planning those exhibitions. I think they would have received letters requesting, and then they would have agreed to them. I'm not sure if they planned how their collection was going to be used, but that's quite an interesting point. I know, and they exhibited in London as well. Sickert wrote saying that he'd seen the Millet in the International, which I think must be the International Society of Painters and Engravers. They were sort of in touch with these modern exhibitions. But I think the exhibiting side of it is something that hasn't really been looked into as much as it might have been.
Thank you.
So with going back to Blaine, oh sorry, is there any other questions up there? Yeah, sorry, Andrew.
I don't know if I need a mic.
Yeah.
Hopefully the Scots accent will carry.
Might be incomprehensible.
Chris, you touched on Blaine's pictures being quite large, bold statements. Is there anything that he wrote about his collecting philosophy along those lines? Was it a deliberate thing to make big statements for this museum?
Yes. No, he writes almost nothing that you would call aesthetic. He seems a very great deal of it was in his mind. We don't know what these discussions with the Celtic Revival people were because he doesn't tell us what that is. All we have are those, he commissioned Moore, for example, to write the explanation of his collection, and that's what Moore is reading aloud in the Orpin painting, but he himself did not articulate.
I think the Pan-Celtic thing is really interest in the Celtic revival, because I mean there was the big sort of pan-Celtic movement that was going on at the same time as these exhibitions. So that's partly why I wanted to bring out this 1914 Welsh exhibition as well, because in some ways there's a sense of competition between you know, that and the Impressionists, and you know, which type of art should they have, and in these countries like Ireland, Scotland, Wales, you know, they're breaking away from London and saying that we've got this other culture as well. You know.
It is interesting though, because you think about someone like Geddes, he wasn't promoting Impressionism in any way, and it was much more to do with kind of form of symbolism, I suppose. And so it seems to be counterintuitive, but it's I don't know whether that's the case with Lane, because Lane wasn't really interested in symbolism either. Was he?
No, not in the slightest. But for example, what is different between Wales and Ireland is, of course, this absolute break at Easter 1916. And as I mentioned, Yeats, who spoke about missing Lane as more or less as soon as he died, it takes him 5 months to say anything about Easter 1916. Everyone is waiting to see what Yeats, the national poet, will say, and he doesn't say it until late September. You know, that is how undone he was by this absolute break in Irish history.
Well, do we have one last question from there?
I just was actually going to ask something on a similar line, which was, I was fascinated by this question of, you know, the Welsh art having a separate exhibition, and clearly that was an immediate political sort of event. So afterwards, did they try and bring, you know, kind of Welsh modernity to international modernity, perhaps in other displays? Because I think that issue of, you know, local, national, you know, rise of the school being linked to, and particularly French Impressionism as the modernity, is quite complicated. So how did they see it after they'd made their statement? And how, and again in Ireland, with the Lane, he obviously, is he bringing in Irish artists to go into his international museum?
There are some, and those could, there are a number that were acquired for the museum through this way of getting people to give them. So yes, there was an Irish component that is worth looking at. There's a British component as well.
I mean, I think what's important in this respect is that the National Museum of Wales was a museum for everything. You know, so modern art wasn't getting that much of a look in. It did in this exhibition and in the Welsh exhibition, but after that, you know, they had natural history exhibitions and things like that, but in terms of art, they had a lot of Turner watercolours, but in the Welsh respect, they kind of promised they would have people like Gibson and Wilson and, you know, those sort of more historic Welsh greats. I think modern art in Wales continued to be a bit of a problem, really, into the First World War.
Shall we end up that? Are you going to say quickly? I just want to thank Chris and Anne again for two very interesting.
Well, I think it has been a long day, but thank you so much for coming today and for persevering to learn. And thank you so much for all the speakers for the most fascinating papers. And I hope it's just the beginning of very interesting conversation and very much needed discussion of these early collections of French modern art, which I hope we can continue. And I suggest that we have more informal discussion over the glass of wine, which is quite nice, isn't it, coming up to Christmas. So please join us for wine reception at the research forum where we were before, having coffee. And thank you again, everyone, for coming today and for contributing with your amazing papers. Thank you.
you.